What's expected to be days of unusually heavy rains. Potentially several feet of snow may blanket mountain areas in California.
Long overdue reunions for federal government workers headed back to their desks for the first time in 43 days.
I'm happy to see all my coworkers again. I brought in some pastries.
And it might not be long until they can start catching up on their bills. CBS's Jared Hill.
The White House says more than 1 million federal employees who were not paid will start receiving back pay as early as Sunday.
The administration says TSA agents who showed up for work without getting paid could get bonus checks. The prices on some of your favorite foods may be going down. CBS's Michael Wallace explains.
The Trump administration is eliminating tariffs on coffee and bananas from Ecuador, beef from Argentina, and certain textile and apparel from Guatemala and El Salvador. The administration is looking for ways to lower the prices on consumer goods that aren't grown in the U.S. Coffee prices have jumped 19% this year. Bananas are up 7%.
There's been a massive and deadly Russian attack on Ukraine.
I'm Vicki Barker at the Foreign Desk in London, clearing away the rubble in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. This woman escaped with her pet cat. My first thought was, if only no one died. Houses can be rebuilt, she says, but people and animals matter most. Officials say 4 people were killed in these latest overnight attacks and at least 27 injured.
One name on the tip of everyone's tongue at last night's Latin Grammy Awards in Las Vegas.
Billboard Artista Latino del Siglo XXI.
Bad Bunny, who's set to headline the Super Bowl halftime show, swept the Latin Grammys on Univision with 5 wins, including the biggest, Album of the Year. And if there's a time to play, it's now.
Just $5 could buy you a shot at winning nearly $1 billion. The Mega Millions jackpot has climbed to more than $960 million, with an estimated cash value of more than $445 million. That's the 8th largest prize in the game's history.
CBS's Jesse Mitchell. Dow futures are down 67. S&P futures off 15. Now's futures down 118. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Not only does Progressive let you bundle your insurance, they also give you round-the-clock protection. Quote today at Progressive.com.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State officials gathered yesterday to announce that hundreds more Connecticut families will have access to free or reduced price childcare under the Early Start CT program.
In September, we announced the creation of between 500 and 600 spots. And today we are very proud to announce an additional 1,000 on top of that.
Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz went on to say that providers will also receive an 8% increase in an effort to maintain the current workforce.
Which is so important because sadly our early childhood educators are not paid what they're worth. So this is a step toward keeping this important part of our workforce.
The Early Start program was announced at Governor Ned Lamont's State of the State address this past January with the goal of providing affordable child care to all Connecticut residents. The state is allowing workers at Connecticut Highway Service plazas to unionize. The Lamont administration has helped broker a deal between plaza operator Applegreen and the Service Employees Union 32BJ. The agreement covers workers at more than 20 plazas on Interstates 95 and 395, along with Route 15. If a majority of the workers at the 23 plazas are in agreement, they will be allowed to unionize. Michelle Troconis is appealing to have her conviction overturned or a new trial. She was convicted last year in connection with the disappearance and presumed murder of Jennifer Dulos of New Canaan. Dulos and her husband were going through a divorce and custody fight when she disappeared in May of 2019. Draconis was dating Fotis Dulos when his estranged wife disappeared, and she is now serving a 14-and-a-half-year prison sentence following her conviction last year on charges, including conspiracy to commit murder and evidence tampering. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are, John. Sponsored this time round by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Hey, now's the time for a fresh new look at your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Connecticut Turnpike southbound, it is speed limit right now. On the Parkway 2, looking really good, with the exception of the new exit 3 in Greenwich southbound. Two-car crash right on the curve prior to the New York State line, and that has got the right lane blocked. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and cool day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the northwest. Clear and cold this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen, so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org, because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to the Richfield Playhouse. December 5th, it's Don McLean.
We were singing Bye Bye Miss American Pie.
Don McLean's Starry Starry Christmas, a night of hits and holiday favorites. December 20th, it's one of Pop's most beloved voices, Susanna Hoffs. December 21st, it's Rockabilly Christmas with Jason D. Williams, Don McLean, Susanna Hoffs, and Rockabilly Christmas. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at richfieldplayhouse.org.
This Thanksgiving at Total Wine & More, find bourbons and Cabernets that you adore. Our helpful guides are so friendly and nice. So many bottles to try at the lowest price. So gather with friends as you sit down to eat. Grateful for all who made Thanksgiving complete.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Now open at the North Village Shopping Center next to Trader Joe's.
Drink responsibly, B21.
A look at the news near your neighborhood. The Fairfield University Graduate and Professional Studies around the region. Now on Melissa in the Morning, WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Hey there, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everyone? It's 6:10. We'll make it 6:10, 10 past 6 on this Friday, the 14th of November, 2025. Right here, it's Paul and for Melissa. Yes, this is not Melissa. You probably figured that out right now. Paul and for Melissa, Melissa in the Morning right here on WICC, 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online, voiceofct.com. The Schick Razor Factory in Milford set to be closing down by the end of 2027. The parent company involved here, Edgewell Personal Care, has informed the State Department of Labor of closure plans, saying round 1 of layoffs will start this coming March. In total, nearly 300 people will lose their jobs once the factory is completely shut down. Shelton-based Edgewell says the company's corporate headquarters will, however, remain here in Connecticut. The brand will continue to be, it says, a prominent Connecticut employer. Police in Guilford say they responded to the location of an open 911 call and interrupted an attempted sexual assault in progress. Police say the dispatcher was able to quickly route a patrol officer to the scene. This happened a few weeks ago on November 5. The officer allegedly found 42-year-old Richard DeMond of Guilford trying to sexually assault the victim. DeMond being held on a $250,000 bond on charges that include attempted first-degree sexual assault and strangulation. As well, Yale University's police chief Anthony Campbell leaving that school. He's going to Harvard. Campbell has accepted an offer to become the chief of the Harvard University Police Department. Campbell's last day in New Haven will be January 2nd, his first day on the job up in Cambridge 3 days later. Campbell previously served as New Haven's police chief from 2017 to 2019. He's also worked for the U.S. Attorney's Office in Connecticut. He, by the way, is a double graduate of Yale. He has bachelor's degrees in religious study and a master's in divinity. A New Haven teen who was critically hurt in a moped crash on the Merritt Parkway in New Canaan has died. The death of 16-year-old Janice Mabel Espinoza has been confirmed by New Haven school officials. Espinoza, a passenger on an unregistered moped that crashed on the Parkway on Monday afternoon. The 17-year-old male who was driving the moped was not injured in the crash, and that teen remains part of the ongoing investigation. A Derby smoke shop and an employee both accused of operating a drug factory. Police say 40 pounds of cannabis products were found at the Zaza Smoke Shop on Pershing Drive on Wednesday. 19-year-old employee Al-Zubair Qaid is charged with operating a drug factory along with possession of cannabis and narcotics with intent to sell. Qaid was released after posting a $20,000 bond. Governor Ned Lamont officially launching his campaign for term number 3 today. Lamont announcing last week he filed the necessary paperwork with the Secretary of the state's office to run again. The governor will tour the state today. He'll make stops in Bridgeport, New Haven, Groton, and Hartford. The day will be finished off with a formal campaign launch party tonight in Waterbury. Lamont first elected in 2018. He's entering the final year of his second 4-year term in office. A Bridgeport man has been arrested on charges accusing him of sexual assault in Norwalk. 34-year-old Dashawn Robinson, according to police, is charged with fourth-degree sexual assault following an investigation that began on June 30th. He's accused of assaulting a person at their home in Norwalk. The bail there is set for $50,000. A 29-year-old Stratford man set to spend 3 years in jail for possession of child pornography. Prosecutors say Justin Bard has agreed to the sentence. As part of the agreement, he entered a guilty plea yesterday. Bard arrested after investigators tracked IP addresses where child porn activity was detected at his home in Stratford. He'll be sentenced officially in late January. Get this. Over 3,000 drivers were issued tickets for passing stopped school buses in Danbury in just the first 2 months of using enforcement technology. Danbury buses are now equipped with cameras and artificial intelligence that detect when drivers pass a school bus that is stopped with its red lights flashing. Drivers are issued a $250 fine for each violation. Danbury, one of a growing number of state cities and towns employing this strategy and technology to promote school safety. Continuing around the area, a Waterbury man sentenced to spend 40 months in federal prison for his role in a drug trafficking operation in that city. Prosecutors say Luis Munoz distributed cocaine, crack, and fentanyl as part of a drug organization run by Angel Quiros. Munoz, who was sentenced in federal court in Hartford this week, he remains free on a $100,000 bond. He's been ordered to report to prison on the 16th of January. The new owners of the Capitol Hotel in downtown Hartford are planning to redevelop and rebrand that property. City officials pleased that the Asylum Street building will remain a hotel, as Hartford has been dealing with a shortage of hotel rooms since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2019. The 9-story hotel will be rebranded as a Holiday Inn Express and Suites. It'll be closed, though, during renovations. The new owners paid $6 million for the building, and they said they will dump another $7 million worth of renovations into it. Double shooting in Hartford under investigation. Police say a 17-year-old boy and a 36-year-old man were both shot yesterday afternoon on Farmington Avenue, both taken to hospital with injuries considered not life-threatening. No arrests made. Anybody with info about that is being asked to contact Florida. Check that. Hartford Police. Meantime, speaking of Florida, Middletown's Superintendent of Schools, Alberto Vasquez Matos, has been placed on leave following a drunk driving arrest in Florida. The Middletown Board of Ed meeting in executive session behind closed doors last night, deciding to put Matos on leave while an investigation takes place. Matos arrested July the 29th in Florida on charges of DUI and possession of more than one valid driver's license. He pleaded not guilty and is free on a $650 bond. And that is your look around the region all across the state of Connecticut right here on WICC. It's Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
And they're working on clearing an earlier two-car crash southbound on the Parkway as you approach the New York State line at the new Exit 3. Right lane is out through that area, so we do have a delay. Southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, some volume heading through the Fairfield Rest area. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Chilly and bright through this afternoon under a sunny sky with a high in the upper 40s. Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Getting through your work week is tough, but the weekend means one thing: football. And all the best action is heard live on WICC. Every Sunday at 11, the Rudin Report presents Sunday Morning Quarterback, recapping the week of high school football. Then at 12:30, it's time to go pro with the NFL and the Duchess Restaurants doubleheader, because Sundays are made for football. Every week this season on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Your radio preset number one on both AM and FM. Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, would you look at that? They let me play on the morning show again. How is everyone today? We all good, right? 618, 699. We'll call it 619. We'll take the big hand and we'll nudge it. We'll just move it toward 19 past 6. How are you? Paul Pacelli in here from the afternoon show. Melissa's out. She'll be back. Just a day off. Nothing. Don't worry about it. She'll be back bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, as they say, on Monday. All right? So you and I together till 10. We'll have some fun here. Got the video cranked up this morning, so if you want to see me drink coffee and talk into a cylindrical microphone, you can do that. Go to twitch.tv. That's Twitch, as in Twitch, TWITCH, twitch.tv, and search for WICC 600. And also you can go to our YouTube page, WICC. Click on the round logo. It'll say live, and you'll see me. Hey, I'm waving at the camera right now. Hey, how you doing there, right? You'll see me talking to a microphone and drink coffee. And that's the extent of the visual stimulation for the show here. By the way, we should tell you this little late breaking news, this version courtesy of our friends at News 8. State Senate last night into early this morning, State Senate giving the final approval to a sweeping housing bill. Yes, we've heard about the housing bill. The bill that was passed a few months ago and vetoed by Governor Ned Lamont, who's launching his official campaign for term number 3 today. We'll get to that momentarily as well. But the State Senate, no surprise here, voting 24-10, all 24 votes. were Democrats. All 10 no votes, 24 yes votes. Democrats, all 10 no votes. Republicans, 2 Senate members, 1 Republican and 1 Democrat absent from the vote. So you probably heard 24-10, and you say, wait a minute, Paul, aren't there 36 state Senate members? Yes, you are right, sir or madam, yes. Each state Senate member represents about 100,000 people. So 24 Democrats voting yes on the bill, 10 Republicans voting niet. So the housing bill will be signed, and we'll see what happens. Now, this bill is different, much different in some ways than the first housing bill that was passed and signed months ago. And then, hey, surprise, surprise, surprise. As Gomer Pyle used to say those years ago, a lot of blowback from a lot of Democratic towns, too, particularly in Fairfield County. They felt that the regulations were too onerous. There is a fear, as we've talked about on the afternoon show here, that if you start packing in more housing to certain areas, it will harm the assessed value and the property values, thereby the equity in people's homes who already live there. So, that's that is meant to be seen here, or we will see if that shakes out or not. The main opposition to this, again, by all the Republicans and even some Democrats on the local level, is that the state of Connecticut should have no say in local zoning. Now, obviously, there are state and federal anti-discrimination laws. That's not what we're talking about here. Obviously, you cannot redline for loans. Although some people say it still happens. You cannot deny a sale or a rental to somebody, based on their race, sexual orientation, national orientation, religion, all that. We know that. But the push on this affordable housing bill is to, goad or push cities and towns into allowing what is known as affordable housing. Now, you have to understand, and I talked about this in the afternoon a lot here, a lot of people, sometimes they misunderstand what this bill is. It's not low-income housing. That's different. This is affordable housing. And the state has a formula here as to how many housing units a developer under the 830G statute must set aside at a lower rate than the market rate if, for example, they are building and selling new condos or renting new properties. Now, is this going to work? Who knows? I mean, understand something. Even if a unit is, even if it's a condo or a home or an apartment, even if a housing unit is designated to be affordable, it doesn't mean it's cheap. So again, we can get into this later on. So the housing bill passes 24-10. This bill is a little different than the other bill. This bill now includes some unelected, and that's always in my mind, a dangerous thing here. Some appointed boards in this bill versus elected. And listen, that's just personally me. If people involved in this sort of stuff are not subject to the voters every 2 or 4 years, that's not good. One flashpoint says here on News 8's side, in the hours-long debates in both chambers was a provision. Now, this is interesting. This is one thing you should know about, because every city and town is different, so you probably know the nooks and crannies of your little city and town. Now, get this. One controversial point in the hours-long debates in both chambers, there is a provision in this bill that expedites the approval process to convert, now get this, certain commercial properties into residential units. All right? The bill creates an as-of-right claim for property owners to make those conversions, meaning approvals will face fewer hurdles than they currently do. And I think this is for, don't quote me on this, but I think this is for developments of 9 units or less. So essentially, and again, please don't do anything based on what I said. Check it out. Call your real estate person, whatever, your state Senate member, your state House member. Bottom line is, one major change here is you will likely see some handfuls or handsful, I'm not sure what the proper plural is there, of smaller commercial properties. I think 9 units or left who can now speed the conversions here. A lot of people say, well, wait a minute. You know, that's superseding local control. So again, this passes 24-10. No word as to when it's going to be officially signed, but just so you should know. All right, on the 6s here, traffic and weather together, it's Paul in for Melissa on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Lots of brake lights in Bridgeport southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike heading into the Fairfield Rest area. Seeing a slow up in Trumbull through Fairfield on the Parkway southbound. Still working on clearing that earlier 2-car crash in Greenwich. Parkway southbound, the new exit 3 on the curve. That's got the right lane out. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and cool day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the northwest. Clear and cold this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Back in the spring, we had a free tree risk assessment done by our friends at K&J Tree Service. Mark came out and checked everything out, and he told us about 3 or 4 trees to keep an eye on and gave us some recommendations down the road. Well, down the road just happened earlier this month. We had the Blue Crew out to do work, and might I say, they were immaculate in their work. Their customer service was amazing, and they were super timely, by the way. They took care of 3 trees on our property, mostly tree pruning, a couple of limb removal jobs. But I feel like we are very safe and prepared going into especially the winter season where Paul Piorek has already told us it's going to be above average compared to our previous winters the last couple of years. So don't let winter weather or anything else creep up on you. Take care of your trees now, especially because K&J Tree Service has unprecedented savings, including 25% off tree pruning. I got in on that, and you can too. And again, it can all start with that free tree risk assessment that is done exclusively through K&J Tree Service. Just go to their website, kjtreeservice.com, to book that appointment today. That's kjtreeservice.com.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. Looking for love? Then adopt a furry friend today from the Connecticut Humane Society. Give a pet a second chance and gain a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt, volunteer, or donate. Go to cthumane.org and make a tail wag today.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code BRUX91. That's BRUX91.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
Get ready to tackle your hunger with Duchess Restaurants, where fresh food meets football. Catch the NFL games of the week every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast, because even your appetite deserves a touchdown.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire Studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
This is WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano. Heavy rains threaten flooding and mudslides in the Los Angeles area the next few days, as meteorologist Darren Peck tells us.
The terrain becomes a fact. That burn scar is going to get 4 inches put on it. It's a concern there. There's a flood watch there for all of Southern California.
The government shutdown's over, but correspondent Chris Van Cleve says air travel has a way to go before returning to normal.
For a third day, the FAA ordered airlines to cancel 6% of flights into 40 busy airports, about 1,000 flights again Thursday, as the agency closely monitors air traffic control staffing.
In Oakland, California, Laney College athletic director John Beam, famous for the Netflix show Last Chance U, is hospitalized after being shot at the Fieldhouse. Acting Oakland Police Chief James Beer.
Officers arrived on scene, located a victim suffering from a gunshot wound. He was immediately transported to a local hospital where he's currently being treated.
The shooter escaped. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut local news update.
The housing bill, HB 8002, has received approval from the state Senate and will move to the governor's desk for his signature. The vote passed 24-10 with no Republicans voting in favor. State Senator Tony Wong released a video voicing his disapproval of not only the content of the bill, but the manner in which it was introduced.
Ultimately, it is a bill that lacks transparency, lacks engagement. It was dropped in the middle of the night without public hearings, without engagement with dissenters and shareholders.
HB 8002 is heavily based on a previous housing bill that was vetoed by the governor this past spring and had even received no votes from multiple Democrats. Of the 4 senators who voted no on the previous bill, all 4 switched their vote to yay for the current one. Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff expressed his confidence that the new legislation will help Connecticut residents.
People need housing. End of sentence. We have to build more housing here in the state of Connecticut if we're going to grow our economy and if we're going to ensure that people have an affordable place to live. And it's a good bill. It's a strong bill. It's a bill that will help communities. It's a bill that will help people.
The Senate has also approved legislation that would create a safety net for federally funded programs in the state. Since the beginning of the government shutdown, multiple programs such as SNAP, WICC, and heating assistance have lost their funding and have heavily impacted the quality of life for those residents who receive those benefits.
And it is important for us to take charge and to make sure that we are taking care of our people, which is why we have the $500 million fund, not only for what we've seen with this shutdown, but in light of the fact of the reconciliation bill, the HR 1 bill that passed and was signed on July 4th.
Despite the shutdown now ending, there has been much concern from lawmakers about the future funding of programs like SNAP. Governor Ned Lamont is officially launching his campaign for a third term today. Lamont announced last week that he filed the necessary paperwork with the Secretary of the state's office to run again. The governor will tour the state today, making stops in Bridgeport, New Haven, Groton, and Hartford. The day will be finished off with a formal campaign launch party set for tonight in Waterbury. Lamont was first elected in 2018 and is entering the final year of his second 4-year term. The Schick Razor Factory in Milford will be closing down at the end of 2027. Parent company Edgewell Personal Care has informed the State Department of Labor of the closure plans, saying the first round of layoffs will begin in March. In total, nearly 300 people will lose their jobs once the factory is completely shut down. Shelton-based Edgewell says the company's corporate headquarters will remain in Connecticut, and the brand will continue to be a prominent Connecticut employer. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are, John. Sponsored this time around by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Got to be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Give them a call, 888-888-789-7777, or visit ccpg.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Hey, good morning. Connecticut Turnpike southbound, slow Bridgeport, Fairfield. Some volume now approaching Saugatuck at 17 in Westport. Dealing with delays, Trumbull to Fairfield on the Parkway southbound. Still working on clearing that earlier crash in Greenwich. The Parkway southbound at the new exit 3 right on the curb. That has got the right lane out. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Chilly and bright through this afternoon under a sunny sky with a high in the upper 40s. Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
WICC 600 AM and 95.9 FM has your traffic covered. Listen weekdays for the most up-to-date traffic reports brought to you by Smart MLS. There's a smarter way to sell your home.
Did you agree to host the family for Thanksgiving this year and now you don't even know where to begin? Don't stress. Allow Riverview Bistro to do the cooking. Our Thanksgiving feast includes a perfectly roasted turkey, house-made gravy, stuffing, baked ziti, Dave's famous cranberry sauce, and all of your other favorite fixings, including your choice of 2 pies. Leave the cooking to Riverview Bistro, and all you'll have to worry about this holiday is picking up your delicious Thanksgiving dinner. Call us or visit riverviewstratford.com for more info. Happy Thanksgiving.
We're always in your pocket. Search the Voice of Connecticut in your smartphone. Back to Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yeah, hey, it's Paul here for Melissa. Melissa in the Morning right here. The award-winning Melissa in the Morning program. Yes. I'm the loudmouth from the afternoon show. They let me play in the morning every so often. And if I'm okay today, then I guess my parking space will still be there come Monday. And my door card will still work. That's how we judge how good we are. Hey, it's that time. Love talking to this guy when I fill in on the morning show here. Anthony is here from the Connecticut Department of Tourism. Anthony, good morning, man. How are you?
I'm living the dream, Paul. Good to hear from you. It's nice to be in the sandbox with you again.
Living the dream, huh? No, that's one of my favorites too, right? Living the dream.
Yep.
Yeah.
One every minute of every day.
That's right. What other cliches can we pack in here? But listen,
I got a book full.
You get
a book full of them.
Cliche central. Hey, but you are here more importantly to tell us once a week what folks can do on the weekend here in Connecticut. Unlike me, I just like turtle up inside my condo. But most people can get out and do stuff. And what do we have coming up this weekend, Anthony, that may interest some folks?
Well, first things first, Paul, I'm going to come grab you, and I'm going to take you with me to the 25th anniversary of the Shoreline Arch Trail.
All right.
They have open studios this weekend for 25 years running. They have more than 30 studio locations in Branford, Guildford, and Madison. And so you can follow all along the trail with these juried events and seeing all these different artists. And they've mastered just about everything from painting and sculpture to photography. And you know what? I'm not an artist, but I'm sure there's all kinds of other good stuff out there that they do. So you can really find unique, one-of-a-kind art, whether it's for your home, for your organization, and just feel good about, what's being created right here in Connecticut.
Yeah. Now we have one of the classic musicals in Bridgeport that's being put on this weekend. What do we have there?
Can you sing it for me?
Gotta cut loose, foot loose, kick off your Sunday shoes. Ooh-wee,
all right.
Louie. I'm going to stop. Okay, go ahead. Footloose in Bridgeport. Yes.
All right. Yeah, you got the Norwalk Conservancy performing the show tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday in the Klein Auditorium. Mm-hmm. And this is just such a wonderful show. It's, so high energy. If you don't know what Footloose is, I'm not even going to justify continuing to explain it. You just got to go find out by going to see it. But, expect a Broadway level performance.
Yeah. All right. Anthony's with us from the Connecticut Department of Tourism. So now I see this. You can get ready to sing and dance. I can occasionally sing a cappella. I can't dance. Dancing is a bad thing with me. But there is a K-pop Sunday brunch coming up. What is that about?
So K-pop is having a moment here in the States because of the Netflix show K-pop Demon Hunters. And anybody out there? My daughter just heard me say that.
Oh, boy.
Yelled
K-pop. Daddy? What? Yeah. Wow, very nice.
Yeah, well, so anybody who's got kids knows how catchy these songs are. I mean, it's a great show. And so at 1741 Pub and Grill, that's where Lyman Orchards Bar and Grill. They'll have DJ Heartbeat spinning tracks from the show, including the hit song Golden, and they have all-you-can-eat cider pancakes. Like, I don't think you need more than that. That's everything.
K-pop and cider pancakes. What else do you need? I mean, think about it. That's it. That's life, isn't it?
It's a good one.
Yeah. And finally, Community Day coming up tomorrow, Saturday, at the Aldrich in Ridgefield.
Our friends at the Aldrich just have such a special place, and I feel like it's one of the hidden gems in the state. So Community Day is a free day of art where you can go out to the museum. It's completely renovated, the campus. Their sculpture garden in the back is wide open. It's gorgeous. It's a little chilly, so I wouldn't advocate maybe having a picnic, but, put on your coat, walk around the sculpture garden, and go inside and appreciate all the contemporary art that they have there. And families can start the day with story time, hands-on art making, and even meet animals from the Woodcock Nature Center.
Nice. Do the animals talk back to people, or is that just because of excess consumption of something? Any of these animals speak? Do we know?
It depends upon what the excess consumption is. I mean, they might have, maybe a parrot, but you want something more. You want to talk to a donkey or a goat. I think enjoy something else.
Okay, for all this and more, you know where to go. ctvisit.com. ctvisit.com, and there's a lot more stuff going on, of course, every weekend, all throughout the great, wonderful Constitution State, the Nutmeg State of Connecticut. Anthony joining us from the Connecticut Department of Tourism. Anthony, always great to chat with you, man. Be good. Have a happy weekend. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. Have a good one.
I appreciate it. Thanks, man. Anthony from the Connecticut Department of Tourism. Yes. So don't be a hermit like me. Get out of the house. All right, I'm getting out. I got a couple things to do this weekend, but you know what I mean. So again, just to go over these here things, and again, go to ctvisit.com. These aren't the only things going on this weekend. The 25th anniversary of the Shoreline Arts Trail. Open studios this weekend. Open studios weekend happening at more than 30 studio locations in Branford, Guilford, and Madison along the shoreline near New Haven tomorrow and Sunday. The juried event gathers some of the finest award-winning artists on the shoreline whose work must reflect mastery of methods and materials and originality of concept. Again, catch a performance of Footloose in Bridgeport. The Norwalk Conservancy performs shows tonight and tomorrow and Sunday at the Klein. Footloose, the musical, a high-energy stage adaptation of the iconic film 1984. Wow. Telling the story of a spirited teenager who moves to a small town where dancing is banned and inspires his peers to stand up for freedom and joy. Because if you're going to stand up for something, you might as well be freedom and joy. Again, you may not understand this, but your kids or grandkids probably do. The K-pop, which means Korean pop, the K-pop Sunday brunch. It's at the 1741 Pub and Grill at Lyman Orchards in Middlefield. Sing your heart out as DJ Heartbeat spins all the iconic tracks. And as Anthony wrapped up with the Community Day tomorrow at the Aldrich in Ridgefield, get a free day of art and community fun at the museum to celebrate the one-year anniversary of its newly renovated campus and sculpture garden. Explore outdoor works or join guided tours of the current exhibitions. And there you be. ctvisit.com, ctvisit.com. As on the 6s, we check traffic and weather together. Coming up right here, right now, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Stop and go on the Turnpike southbound Bridgeport Fairfield. A little bit of a delay at Westport's 18 southbound on the Parkway. Slow out of Trumbull near the mall exit right into Fairfield. And the two-car crash still there, Parkway southbound. Exit 3, the new exit 3 in Greenwich, right around the curve as you head into the New York line. Right lane is out through there. Sponsored by RD Cinto. If you move your office to an RD Cinto property, clients will see you in a world-class facility. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning. We are off to a frosty start early this morning with readings generally in the lower 30s. 35 right now in Bridgeport, down to about 31 in Danbury, 33 in Reading along Route 58, and we're down to about 32 in Wilton right now along Route 7. Our dew point is 30. We do have a light wind out of the west at about 7, and our barometer is 30.04 on the way up. It is clear. We have the sun up. It will be a bright day, at least through midday and early afternoon. The sun will fade later this afternoon. We'll have a high in the upper 40s during the day. The breeze generally out of the west early on, shifting out of the southwest later on. It will be gusty later this afternoon. Tonight, more frost, partly cloudy with low near 30. Tomorrow, we'll see early sun, late day clouds with a high near 50. The rate will move in by tomorrow night. It'll be a wet night with a low rising to about 50 by daybreak. Sunday, early showers ending by midday, clearing in the afternoon. It will be on the windy side with a high in the 50s early on, falling to the 40s later in the afternoon. And Monday, sunny with a high in the mid-40s. Right now, frosty with readings in the lower 30s, upper 40s later this afternoon. A bright morning, a less than bright afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Hey, it's Paul and for Melissa in the morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everyone? You all right? You good? Everything work? You get out of bed? Oh, you do that, little boy. The older I get, right? You got to do that. Remember your doctors say now, rise slowly out of bed. Yes, doc. Yes. How do you think I get out of bed? Do you think at my age I'm somersaulting off the sheets here? Ugh. But hey, how are you? It's Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning at 6. Let's call it 6:50, 10 before 7. A lot of guests coming up for the rest of the program here, as we like to do on the Melissa in the Morning program. As we mentioned, the video stream is up on Twitch and also running here on YouTube. And by the way, the text system is up and running as well this morning. Got that cranked up. So it is the same number, talk or text, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let me just check here if we have any early text messages. Nadia, I see one couple here. I'll get to those a little bit later. They pertain to the news. But again, talk or text is the same number. So if you have a thought for me in the afternoon, for Melissa here in the morning, for Lisa Wexler on her fabulous program from 10 to noon, Monday through Friday, just put it in a text message, type it in, or use the voice. I'm just reading some of these texts here. You people are great. We can't say all of them on the air, but you're good. But you can use your voice to text feature and just send it to 333-9422. All right? All right. Governor Ned Lamont wants another term. You know, I have all these experts on my show in the afternoon. Lisa does, too, in her show, and Melissa here. And you have a lot of these experts saying, hey, Ned, Governor Lamont, Your Excellency, Governor Lamont, don't run for a third term, and he's going to do it. Because he likes the job. Although, this is significant. It's no secret that the progressive end of the Democratic Party is not really enamored with Governor Lamont. Not because of who he is personally, but the fact that if you notice, as progressive and as doctrinaire to the Democratic cause as the governor is on social issues like abortion and guns and even on this housing bill, he often rubs his caucus the wrong way when it comes to taxes and financial stuff and the fiscal guardrails. And I refer to him in the afternoon. He's like the hall monitor. He's telling his own caucus here, no, we're not going to raise this tax and that tax. Now, he's not perfect on taxes for me, but the governor says he wants to do it again. The governor has events planned today, Friday, in all 5 of the state's congressional districts, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. He will defend himself. This is according to the Connecticut Mirror story by our friend who's been on the radio station here, Mark Pasniokis. He is running on his continued fiscal stewardship and the fiscal recovery that the state is, has undergone pretty well. Now, it's not perfect, and we're still deeply in the hole as far as long-term debt for state employee benefits and all that. But having said that, we are doing markedly better than we were 5 or 10 years ago. He begins the campaign with the advantages, says here, of wealth. Now, remember, he doesn't have to fundraise. Now, the last time around, the second time around, against Bob Stefanowski, I think the governor spent $25 million of his own money, which you can. There's basically 3 things you can do here in Connecticut, in most states now. You can self-fund, and the Constitution, state-wise and federal-wise, allows anybody who wants to spend their own money to, in fact, spend their own money. You can self-fund, you can fundraise, and then along with the fundraising, you can participate in the Citizens Election Program, and that is what I believe both of the Republican candidates are doing now. Again, Ryan Fazio, friend of the program here, friend of the radio station, Greenwich Republican State Senate member. He is the only, I believe the only, Jen Tooker dropped out, first selectman from Westport. Ryan Fazio is declared and is raising money to hopefully get to the $360,000 you need to get 15 or 17 million, whatever it is. And the wild card here still may be the now outgoing mayor of New Britain, Erin Stewart, who's been on the station here, of course. Multi-term mayor who is not running, and again, she is, I think, virtually there. You need to raise $360,000. If you raise $360,000 in X number of contributions of X dollars below, in other words, you need a decent base of small donors, small monetary donors. If you do that, you qualify for, I think it's $16 or $17 million in state money, which, believe it or not, is still funded by unclaimed property. I find that fascinating. But yeah, I guess there is still enough unclaimed property that allows the state to, publicly fund elections. I like that. That's good. You may have people who have wonderful ideas and might be really good governors, and you can participate in the same program for the state house and the state senate. So you may have those people, but they just don't have the money. So yeah, Governor Ned Lamont last time around against Lamont v. Stefanowski 2.0, the governor spent about $24 to $25 million of his own money. You know why he did that? Because he can. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Good morning. Turnpike southbound is slow. Bridgeport, Fairfield, also volume coming out of Norwalk's Connecticut Avenue on the way to Darien. Stop and go Trumbull, Fairfield on the Parkway. Earlier crash still there on the Parkway southbound at the new exit 3 just prior to the state line. Right lane is knocked out. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Tune in to Melissa in the Morning Monday at 9:10 as we see what's new at SHU. Our next interview will be with Dr. Brent French, Associate Dean of the Welch College of Business and Technology at Sacred Heart University. Dr. French will discuss AI, how it is reshaping business, education, and will have practical advice for those looking to stay competitive as AI evolves. Sacred Heart University was just ranked top 10 in the nation for student support by the Princeton Review. Find out what that means for students and families. Go to sacredheart.edu to learn more.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
WICC.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This
live CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Evacuation orders are in effect in Southern California as they brace for fallout from the pounding rain and gusty winds of a powerful Pacific storm. Many live in areas hard hit by the Palisades and Eaton fires earlier this year. These men in Malibu.
So important to always be prepared and always just be ready, because you never know what Mother Nature is going to throw at you.
Every few years, things happen. I think I'm more prepared today than I ever have been.
High winds are helping fuel a fast-growing wildfire near the popular Mammoth Mountain Ski Resort in Northern California. The lights are on again at federal government offices as workers return to their jobs for the first time since the 43-day-old shutdown began.
Happy to be back in office and see the people in the streets and see the city life again.
CBS's Jared Hill has more.
Food aid could start flowing as soon as today for the 42 million Americans on SNAP. At the nation's airports, the journey to normal likely to spill into the weekend.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says TSA agents who demonstrated what she calls exemplary service will be getting $10,000 bonus checks. President Trump's also promised bonuses to air traffic controllers who worked without pay. Today's the deadline for the BBC to meet President Trump's demand for an apology and damages over its January 6th coverage or face a $1 billion lawsuit.
I'm Vicky Barker in London. The BBC has formally apologized to President Trump over a documentary that edited different parts of his January 6th speech to make it appear he was explicitly advocating violence that day. But the government-funded broadcaster has refused to pay damages because the documentary never aired in the U.S. and because President Trump went on to win the 2024 election. Ball now firmly in Trump's court.
Texas A&M is limiting classroom discussions on gender and race.
University regents unanimously agreed to ban any courses from advocating race or gender ideology or topics related to sexual orientation or gender identity without a campus president's approval. The rule tightening comes after Republican politicians in Texas accused public universities of indoctrinating students with liberal ideas about race and gender. In September, Texas A&M fired a lecturer after a student accused her of teaching that there are more than two genders.
That's Michael Wallace. And there's concern over social media influencers promoting medications without explaining the risks.
A study published in JAMA found nearly a quarter of posts about drugs by influencers on TikTok and Instagram used promotional language like life-changing or revolutionary. But in 80% of cases, influencers didn't disclose their posts were sponsored.
This is CBS News.
The annual Progressive Keys to Progress program provides vehicles to deserving veterans, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State officials gathered yesterday to announce that hundreds more Connecticut families will have access to free or reduced price childcare under the Early Start CT program.
In September, we announced the creation of between 500 and 600 spots. And today we are very proud to announce an additional 1,000 on top of that.
Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz went on to say that providers will also receive an 8% increase in an effort to maintain the current workforce.
which is so important because sadly our early childhood educators are not paid what they're worth. So this is a step toward keeping this important part of our workforce.
The Early Start program was announced at Governor Ned Lamont's State of the State address this past January with the goal of providing affordable child care to all Connecticut residents. The state is allowing workers at Connecticut highway service plazas to unionize. The Lamont administration has helped broker a deal between plaza operator Applegreen and the Service Employees Union 32BJ. The agreement covers workers at more than 20 plazas on Interstates 95 and 395, along with Route 15. If a majority of the workers at the 23 plazas are in agreement, they will be allowed to unionize. Michelle Troconis is appealing to have her conviction overturned or a new trial. She was convicted last year in connection with the disappearance and presumed murder of Jennifer Dulos of New Canaan. Dulos and her husband were going through a divorce and custody fight when she disappeared in May of 2019. Troconis was dating Fotis Dulos when his estranged wife disappeared, and she is now serving a 14-and-a-half-year prison sentence following her conviction last year on charges, including conspiracy to commit murder and evidence tampering. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are, John. Sponsored this time round by the Fairfield Law Offices of Eliafson and Tenor. Hey, whether it's a power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or a trust, every person is different. To create your personalized plan, call the Law Offices of Eliafson and Tenor. Online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Pretty heavy ride this morning, Bridgeport to Fairfield on the Connecticut Turnpike. Also, as you approach Westport 17 through Norwalk and now in Stamford 2. Parkway southbound slow in the Fairfield rest area and also into Norwalk around Route 7. Now, we're still looking at this crash southbound on the Parkway at the new exit 3 in Greenwich. Right lane is knocked out through that area. It's been there for quite a while, and you're going to find a backup behind there. If you need to get to the New York State line, 95 would be the best bet right now. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and cool day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the northwest. Clear and cold this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Smilow Cancer Hospital delivers the pioneering research of Yale Cancer Center, like targeted therapies based on your genetic makeup and groundbreaking clinical trials that offer hope when you need it most. All delivered by a multidisciplinary team dedicated to you and your specific type of cancer. Smilow Cancer Hospital and Yale Cancer Center. We're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices for breakfast. Bacon, egg, and cheese. On a hard roll, wrap, whole wheat toast, any way you'd like it. Or a big D breakfast with 2 pancakes, 2 eggs, and bacon, ham, or sausage. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many items, including breakfast platters, sandwiches, muffins, bagels, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat breakfast at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
This winter is shaping up to be a harsh, snowy season. So take control of the roads with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services with your purchase of Bridgestone Blizzak tires. For the guaranteed best deal on Bridgestone Blizzak tires with the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
This is where Norwalk starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody? All right, you doing well this morning? You get up, you're up and underway here, 7:09, make it 7:10. All right, give me the 17 seconds and make it 7:10. All right. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Every so often you see a story and you say, what? I mean, we kind of do that on a regular basis here on the radio station with all our wonderful hosts here. But this is one I bring up on the afternoon show so often, only because I can't believe this happens. Now, how many of us took some sort of formal education in learning to drive, right? Whether, like me, it was a high school driver's ed class, like some folks who went to an external driving school, like we said my son to, and even if mom and dad taught you to drive and then you went for your exam. One of the things that, I don't know about you, that was drilled into me, I can still remember my two driver's ed instructors at Notre Dame High in West Haven, class of 79, go Green Knights, Richard Antonetti and Dan O'Connell. You may remember the name Richard Antonetti. He dabbled in politics. I think he ran for mayor of West Haven once or twice. Also ran for the state legislature. And Dan O'Connell was actually one of the best teachers I ever had in school. History, Western Civ, government, and all that. One thing they drilled into us was you do not pass a school bus unless it is pulled over and its lights are off. In other words, right? Isn't this one of the 10 commandments of driving? If a school bus is stopped in front of you, no matter whether you're in back of it or it's coming in the opposite direction, you stop and you wait. And you wait for the red lights to stop flashing. You wait for the stop sign to be pulled back into the bus. And you wait for all these students, whether students are getting picked up or dropped off, picked up in the morning or dropped off midday or afternoon, to clear the road and get onto the sidewalk. You wait for that to happen when they're getting picked up, and you wait for that to happen when they are done. So, you know, that was like driver's ed 101. Well, and we saw this in Bridgeport, last year? Just an incredible amount of people, for some God-unknown reason. They're in a hurry. They're illegals. They don't know the rules. They don't care about kids. They're smoking crack. They're criminals. I don't know. I'm not being facetious here. I'm serious. This is happening into the hundreds and thousands. Get this story. Over 3,000 drivers. And by the way, let me just say something here. I get a lot of blowback on the afternoon show. Well, I don't like these automatic ticket things. I don't like these license plate scanners. Well, guess what? I do. And this is why you need them. And you cannot do this with a police car. Come on. Well, the cops should be doing this. Come on. Stop that. Over 3,000 drivers. I'll say that again. Over 3,000 drivers were issued tickets for passing stopped school buses in the city of Danbury in the first 2 months of new enforcement technologies. Think about that. 2 months into the school year. So that's what? September and October. School goes back late August. September and October, because we're in November now, in case you didn't know. Not 3 people, not 30 people, not 300 people, 3,000 people issued tickets for passing stop school buses. Are all these people in a coma? Are they smoking crack? Are they drunk? Are they high? I mean, I don't get it. Well, you know, the buses slow down traffic. Well, too bad. Go a different way. Leave earlier or leave later. Danbury's buses are now equipped with cameras and artificial intelligence that detect when drivers pass a school bus that is stopped with its red lights flashing. Well, you know, Paul, don't you think that's the surveillance state? Yeah, you are being surveilled, and if you're an idiot, you deserve a ticket. Pretty simple, right? And this isn't cheap, nor should it be. Drivers are issued a $250 fine for each recorded violation. Danbury is one of a growing number of Connecticut cities and towns employing this technology to promote school bus safety. Good. I think every licensed school bus in Connecticut should have a license plate scanner and should have a camera. I don't get this. I don't get this. I remember having this hammered into me in driver's ed. Gentlemen, you do not pass a school bus. You wait till the bus has picked up students or has safely discharged students. When the red lights stop, when the sign gets retracted, when the blocking bar goes back in, that's when you go. I don't get it. So good on the city of Danbury. I guess they're doing this in Bridgeport too and other cities. Well, Paul, it's a surveillance state. Well, it's pretty easy not to get a ticket. I don't know. Don't pass a school bus. I know. Silly me. Traffic and weather together right here. It's Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Slow in Bridgeport and Norwalk and Stamford southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike. Looking at delays in Fairfield near the rest area on the Parkway. Also at exit 3 in Greenwich. Working on clearing that earlier two-car crash. And it's got the right lane blocked. Sponsored by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Prepare for Thanksgiving with Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Roasting, baking, or mashing, Kitchen Corner has it all, including expert knife sharpening. Call 203-374-1118 or visit kitchen-corner.com. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning, everybody. We are off to a frosty start. We have readings generally in the lower 30s inland, in the mid-30s by the water. 35 right now in Bridgeport. It is clear. Inland, we have readings 31 in Danbury, 33 in Wilton, 34 right now in Derby along Route 8. We are down to about 34 in Greenwich, 35 in Milford, and 35 in Norwalk. Our dew point 30. We have a wind out of the west, shifting northwest early this morning. It will be on the gusty side later this afternoon, and our barometer is 30.06. That will be on the way up. It will be a sunny day, at least through midday and early afternoon. The sun will fade later in the afternoon. It will be blustery later today with a high getting up to about 45 to 50. Tonight, generally fair. Overnight lows near 30. Tomorrow morning, sun, late day clouds with a high near 50. Some rain by tomorrow night. It will be a milder night with a low holding near 50. Sunday, early showers end by mid to late morning, clearing by lunch. In the afternoon, we'll have more in the way of the sun with a high in the lower 50s early, falling to the 40s later in the afternoon. Monday, sunny with a high in the mid-40s, and more sun through midweek with a high each afternoon in the mid to upper 40s. Right now, rather frosty outside, lower 30s inland, mid-30s by the water. A lot of sun through midday. The sun will fade later this afternoon with a high in the upper 40s to near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
As the holiday season nears, families who are hungry and struggling need our help now more than ever. And that's why we're asking for your help to feed neighbors in need at the WICC Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive all day Thursday, November 20th. we're collecting non-perishable food items, canned goods, and cash at Palmer's Market in Darien. Every donation goes directly to Bridgeport Rescue Mission and the Food Bank of Lower Fairfield County. The WICC Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive, presented by East Haven and Ridgefield Building Supply and First County Bank. On your smart speaker, phone, computer, and AM and FM on your radio. Everywhere you listen, you'll find the voice of Connecticut and Melissa in the Morning. WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, we're at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Same number, by the way, talk or text if you would like to jump in here with a couple of thoughts or two. As a couple of folks have already done, we got some text this morning. We'll get to those momentarily. But, folks, I got to tell you, I am stunned by this. 3,000 drivers issued tickets for passing stop school buses. I don't get it. So, so do you not understand the rules of the road? Do you not know the rules? Do you not speak English? Do you not understand? I don't know. You may say, all right, Paul, move on. Yeah, but it's mind-numbing that people don't know that you're not supposed to pass a school bus. But then again, judging by what I see on the road, my favorite now is, my favorite is the passing on the right. And, you're not supposed to pass. Something else we were taught here. You don't pass on the right because that's the drivers of the car you're passing or the vehicle or the SUV or whatever. That or the motorcyclist, whatever. That's their blind spot. In North America here where we have left-hand drive cars, the right side is the blind spot. Other nations where they have right-hand drive cars, the left side is the blind spot. But, man, I got to tell you, you get on 95 now or even 91, I got to tell you, the worst, I personally think, having driven all these roads in the state all over the place, Merritt Parkway, Wilbur Cross Parkway, Route 8, Route 25, 95, 84, I got to tell you something. If we could measure, I mean this sincerely, if we could measure the amount of psychos on the road, it has to be on the stretch of I-91 north and south between Hamden and New Haven. And if you've ever driven, yes, 95 in Fairfield County is no peach. The Merritt and the Wilbur Cross, yeah. But there is something about that stretch of I-91 right at the split with 95 in New Haven, going north and south between New Haven and Hamden. And you know why? It's 4 lanes wide in some areas. And the other night, I was on my way home from here after doing my afternoon show, and I'm on the way home. And I'm kind of behaving myself. I'm in the right center lane. So you have right lane, right center lane, left center lane, and far left lane. And I'm not driving like some, senior who can't see. I'm probably doing 75, maybe a tick above that. I know. I like to drive fast. I've gotten pinched 12 or 15 times in my life. But I'm in the right center lane. And I'm watching cars. And again, I enjoy a brisk drive. You know this. If you've listened to me for any amount of time, you know this. And I'm watching car, and I'm doing 75. All right? I'll admit I was above the speed limit, but then again, you really don't start getting ticketed until you're in your low 70s, trust me here. And I've got the cruise control locked on, and I think 74, 75, whatever. And I'm looking to my left, and I'm getting past like I'm standing still. And I'm saying to myself, well, wait a minute. If I'm doing 75, that guy over there is doing 90 or 95. And that one over there is doing upper 80s. And I don't quite, as some guy who likes to drive fast, and years ago when I was visiting Germany for something my son was involved in, I drove 135 miles an hour on the Autobahn. You know why? It was legal. The road was like glass. The car was great. And I said, all right, let me go faster and faster until the front end started to vibrate when I got at 130. And I said, all right, that's enough. That would be enough. Hey, I didn't break any laws. I was getting passed, too. I was doing 132 and I got passed once. Okay. Guy was doing about $1.50 past me. But, man, that stretch of 90, if you think 95 is bad, if you think the Merritt is bad in Fairfield County, trust me, you have not seen idiocy until you just cruise in the right lane on 91 north and south between New Haven and Hamden. And you will see some primitive people driving cars, trust me. It's one of those things where you don't know whether you should be frightened or laugh, honestly. Before we check the roads, Dave and Meriden. Dave, how are you? What's up?
Hey, pleasant to hear your voice this morning, Paul. And, the Bear Parkway, it's like the Indy 500
Yeah.
this morning when I go to the gym. But they're passing me on the right, they're weaving in and out.
Yeah.
And, you really got to stay in that right lane and watch it because they're nuts. But the fastest I've ever gone on the roads around here back years ago on Route 9
Yeah.
down in Chester, I had my old Mustang.
Yeah.
GT 90. I did $1.20 on 9 there.
Oh,
Just want to see what it would do.
Because thank you, Dave. Yes, yeah. Why did you drive that fast? Well, because I just wanted to see what it could do. That's kind of the blanket phrase here. All right, traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Connecticut Turnpike southbound, it is slow through Bridgeport's 26 to the Fairfield Rest area, then Westport's 18 through Norwalk. Volume in Stamford 2. Parkway southbound, seeing delays right near the Fairfield Rest area. And then once again, still working on clearing this crash southbound at exit 3 on the Parkway in Greenwich. It's got injuries involved with this. And the right lane is shut out. That is right near the New York State line on the Parkway South. 95 would be a good alternate route if you need to get from Connecticut through to Westchester. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Chilly and bright through this afternoon under a sunny sky with a high in the upper 40s. Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's why Access Health CT is here to connect you to health and dental coverage, to offer you free expert help, to maximize financial assistance, to help you discover the peace of mind of having health and dental coverage. Enroll today at accesshealthct.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire Studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey, y'all,
it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty and Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty and Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth? It's free, it's easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options, that's Jonathan Carbeauty and Carbeauty and Company Realtors. And remember,
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Well, have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano. Heavy rains threaten flooding and mudslides in the Los Angeles area the next few days, as meteorologist Darren Peck tells us.
The terrain becomes a fact. That burn scar is going to get 4 inches put on it. It's a concern there. There's a flood watch there for all of Southern California.
The government shutdown's over, but correspondent Chris Van Cleve says air travel has a way to go before returning to normal.
For a third day, the FAA ordered airlines to cancel 6% of flights into 40 busy airports, about 1,000 flights again Thursday, as the agency closely monitors air traffic control staffing.
In Oakland, California, Laney College athletic director John Beam, famous for the Netflix show Last Chance U, is hospitalized after being shot at the Fieldhouse. Acting Oakland Police Chief James Beard.
Officers arrived on scene, located a victim suffering from a gunshot wound. He was immediately transported to a local hospital where he's currently being treated.
The shooter escaped. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The housing bill, HB 8002, has received approval from the state Senate and will move to the governor's desk for his signature. The vote passed 24-10 with no Republicans voting in favor. State Senator Tony Wong released a video voicing his disapproval of not only the content of the bill, but the manner in which it was introduced.
Ultimately, it is a bill that lacks transparency, lacks engagement. It was dropped in the middle of the night without public hearings, without engagement with dissenters and shareholders.
HB 8002 is heavily based on a previous housing bill that was vetoed by the governor this past spring and had even received no votes from multiple Democrats. Of the 4 senators who voted no on the previous bill, all 4 switched their vote to yay for the current one. Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff expressed his confidence that the new legislation will help Connecticut residents.
People need housing. End of sentence. We have to build more housing here in the state of Connecticut if we're going to grow our economy and if we're going to ensure that people have an affordable place to live. And it's a good bill. It's a strong bill. It's a bill that will help communities. It's a bill that will help people.
The Senate has also approved legislation that would create a safety net for federally funded programs in the state. Since the beginning of the government shutdown, multiple programs such as SNAP, WICC, and heating assistance have lost their funding and have heavily impacted the quality of life for those residents who receive those benefits.
And it is important for us to take charge and to make sure that we are taking care of our people, which is why we have the $500 million fund, not only for what we've seen with this shutdown, but in light of the fact of the reconciliation bill, the H.R. 1 bill that passed and was signed on July 4th.
Despite the shutdown now ending, there has been much concern from lawmakers about the future funding of programs like SNAP. Governor Ned Lamont is officially launching his campaign for a third term today. Lamont announced last week that he filed the necessary paperwork with the Secretary of the state's office to run again.
People want to be here. More young people are staying here. So we're building more housing in the state of Connecticut than we have in many, many years. We've come a long way, but the job's not done. Let's keep Connecticut moving forward together.
The governor will tour the state today, making stops in Bridgeport, New Haven, Groton, and Hartford. The day will be finished off with a formal campaign launch party set for tonight in Waterbury. Lamont was first elected in 2018 and is entering the final year of his second four-year term. The Schick Razor Factory in Milford will be closing down at the end of 2027. Parent company Edgewell Personal Care has informed the State Department of Labor of the closure plans, saying the first round of layoffs will begin in March. In total, nearly 300 people will lose their jobs once the factory is completely shut down. Shelton-based Edgewell says the company's corporate headquarters will remain in Connecticut, and the brand will continue to be a prominent Connecticut employer. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are, John. John brought to you this time around by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Prepare for Thanksgiving with Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Roasting, baking, or mashing, Kitchen Corner has it all, including expert knife sharpening. Call 203-374-1118 or check them out online, kitchen-corner.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
The latest on the Connecticut Turnpike, now a little slow coming out of Norwalk into Darien. Volume in Stamford. Busy in Norwalk around Route 7. Earlier crash in Greenwich. Southbound at exit 3 on the Parkway has finally been cleared. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and cool day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the northwest. Clear and cold this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now you can get zero interest, zero payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Plants can make a dramatic difference in the basic design of your interior decor, whether in an office, lobby, public area, or restaurant. And Greenleaf's Interior Landscaping is the area's foremost interior plantscaping expert, servicing customers throughout Connecticut and Westchester County for 30 years. After an initial no-cost consultation by their certified horticulturalist, Greenleaves will work with you to select lush green plants to complement the interior design and environment of your space. And there's a payment plan to suit all budgets, from small professional offices to public facilities to world corporate headquarters. After installing your plants, Greenleaves will schedule a maintenance program to keep your plants healthy. If necessary, plants will automatically be replaced. It's the Greenleaves Guarantee. For your no-obligation consultation, call 1-800-201-5892, 1-800-201-5892, or visit their website at greenleavesinterior.com.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Join us for a musical experience like no other. Greater Bridgeport Symphony presents Horizons of Fire, featuring Maestro Eduardo Leandro, Saturday, November 15th at 7:30 p.m. at the Mertens Theater, University of Bridgeport. Immerse yourself in an intimate setting that brings you close to the fire of the performance. A select group of GBS musicians performing works by Bartok, Villalobos, and more. Tickets $18 to $72. Kids under 19 are free. Don't miss this bold new chapter for Greater Bridgeport Symphony. Get your tickets now at gbs.org.
From downtown to the Cove, Stamford listens to Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Man, she gets all the cool music. Man, every time I got to talk to the boss here. Hey, it's Paul from Melissa, by the way. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you? How is everything here at 7:39, almost 7:40, 20 before 8, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Got a couple of text messages in here. People reacting to the story I was saying about the speeders here on 91 before, and about this other story that we have connected to, 3,000 people getting tickets of $250 each for passing stop school buses in Danbury. And, of course, we had that in Bridgeport, too. Remember last year? Not this past August, September, October, but last year. It was like 6,000 or 7,000 people in 2 months. Our friend Persco writes us in here, Paul, we all know that people know they're not supposed to pass the school buses. It just seems. Yes, everybody is in a hurry all the time now, right? There's a lot of crazy drivers that jump in and out of lanes all over the highway. Seems like most people really just care about themselves when they're driving. And a fellow person, how about that? He also took driver's ed under Mr. Antonetti at Notre Dame. There you go. ND class of 1972. There you go. Oh, man. Co-ed now. How about that? Man, listen, good for the school. I get it. I understand it. You got to stay alive. I know there were some people. I heard rumblings. What do you think? I said, well, what do I think? The school's got to stay open. We got to get more driver's ed kids out there. So there you go. Frisco, good to hear from you this morning at 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Another person texts in here. Good morning. I think the reason people pass school buses is that they're, to quote this person, freaking stupid. And Connecticut being a blue state where it's stupid laws, I think it I gotta edit that last. All right. I gotta edit that last sentence. But it was very, how should I say? The sentence I can't read on the air was very heartfelt. It was, oh man. It was genuine. How about if I say that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Somebody else writes in here regarding one of our last topics. Again, John's had it in his news. The revamped housing bill passes the state Senate 24-10. Only 34 of the 36 state Senate members voted on this. One Democrat did not vote. One Republican did not vote. I got to find out who that is. Kind of interested in that. This person writes in regarding housing, Paul, deport all the illegals and you won't have a housing problem. Well, listen, it is not unknown that the estimate of illegals or undocumented migrants or undocumented citizens, or however you want to phrase that, at best estimate. Now, the state claims they don't know what the figure is. I doubt that they don't know. They may not want to discuss it, whatever. But the best estimate of, shall we say, undocumented in the state is about 120,000, 130,000. And you know, whether it's Connecticut, whatever city or town it is, Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, Danbury, I mean, that is part of the problem. I mean, even if and I understand people need food in their stomach, medical care, a roof over their heads. I understand it. But sometimes, to use a tennis phrase, you have an unforced error at the net. Well, maybe our unforced error here in the state is not realizing, or realizing it and not discussing it, that we do have a rather large percentage of people that, you know, are here that need a roof over their heads but are not citizens. And you figure if there's 120,000, and I've had lawmakers admit this on the air, if you have 120,000 undocumented migrants in this state who came here on an improper process, shall we say, even if you have 4 to a housing unit, that is still 30,000, 25 or 30,000 housing units that you may have had immigration controls been tighter. So again, there's no easy answer to this. But my concern, again, with this housing bill is that what is it going to do to ultimately, maybe not in every situation, but to ultimately possibly eat into the market value of a major asset of your home. Traffic and weather together on the 6s, 746. It's Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning right here on look at that, it's Friday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Slow on 95 southbound, just past Westport's 18 into Norwalk. Heavy volume 9 to 6 in Stamford. Busy in Norwalk southbound at Route 7 on the Parkway. And slow going into Shelton on Route 8 South. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning, everybody. Rather frosty early this morning. We have readings generally in the mid-30s along the water. Inland north of Merritt, we're in the lower 30s. It is clear and the sun is up. We're down to 31 in Danbury, 32 in Wilton, 32 in Derby along Route 8. Right along the water, we're in the mid-30s, 35 in Bridgeport, 36 in Norwalk, and 35 in Milford. Our dew point 30. We do have a light wind out of the northwest. It will be a gusty breeze later this afternoon, and our barometer is 30.06. That will be on the way up. It will be a sunny day, and by this afternoon, more in the way of clouds. We'll have a high in the upper 40s. Tonight, more frost, otherwise generally fair, with a low near 30. Tomorrow, any early sun will fade. Late day clouds again, with a high getting up to about 50. We have rain by tomorrow night. It'll be a mild night with a low holding near 50. Sunday, early showers, and by midday, clearing early afternoon. It will be on the blustery side with a high in the lower 50s in the morning, into the 40s by later in the afternoon. On Monday, sunny with a high in the mid-40s. And more sun in the mid-40s through midweek. Right now, you may have to warm up that car. We have frost in the windshield in the lower 30s inland, shooting for a high in the upper 40s later this afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Right here is Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning. How is everyone? It's call it 7:48. Give me a couple of seconds, all right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Other big story this morning. We've known about this for a couple of days, right? Governor Ned Lamont is running again for a third term. Are you inclined to vote for him? And the interesting thing here about the governor's run and about Ned Lamont, when you look at it, he's got some pretty high approval numbers. It ranges from the low to mid 50s all the way to and through the low 60s. And he gets a not insignificant amount of support. He gets a pretty measurable amount of support from Republicans. And depending upon the survey you look at, the governor gets 8, 10, 12, 14, 15% from Republicans. It's going to be tough for whether the nominee is Ryan Fazio, whether it ends up being Aaron Stewart, whether it's a Fazio-Stewart combination here. It's tough. Because, listen, as dirty as a word as that may be for some people, especially in his own party, Ned Lamont, when it comes down to the fiscal policy of the state, he's a pretty moderate guy. He is. He really is. You're never going to win the governorship in the state of Connecticut by being conservative on social policy. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And I know a lot of conservatives in this state, a lot of Republicans who are, continue to talk about guns and abortion and some stuff with the schools. You can talk yourselves blue in the face of that. It's not going to win in this state. Fiscal policy wins. People understand that they're being overtaxed, and that's not me saying it. That's the latest. I think the Tax Foundation put this out a couple of weeks ago. A new survey. Connecticut, once again, I think has the second or third highest tax burden when you total everything up. Business taxes, property taxes, income taxes. We're in the top 5 all the time. We're in the top 3 in utility costs. We don't do very well in cost of doing business. So if anybody thinks whether it's a party challenge, whether it's Josh Elliott or somebody in the Democrats challenging the governor, or whether it's Ryan Fazio or Aaron Stewart or whomever may declare on the other side, it's got to be a dollar and cents argument, which the governor's trying to do. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Go to news and traffic and weather together momentarily. John Paul is in Trumbull this morning. John Paul, good morning. How are you?
Yes, several months ago, I received one of those notices for a $250 fine for passing a school bus.
Okay.
I went. You go to a hearing downtown Bridgeport, and you go before Mr. Roach, and I went down, and it was dismissed.
Okay.
So the fact is, he tried to explain to me it's very complicated because there's a company that runs it, not the city, but a company runs that.
Mm-hmm.
So that you do have avenues to appeal.
So sure. Absolutely, yes. I should have mentioned that. Oh, yeah. If you think that it was unfairly given out, John Paul, you can. Sure. Absolutely.
Well, what happened when I approached the bus in Bridgeport, it was on the side of the street.
Okay.
And there was no stop sign out, and I only saw red lights. But if they're flashing, you can't pass it.
Yeah.
So they took a photograph, and of course they have all this. I get a photograph of me passing, but I think the stop sign went out when I was passing.
So you kind of got caught in between, is what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah.
And so they study each case very carefully with the engineers to make sure that you did violate the law. I didn't understand the law, actually.
You must have been a little surprised then, John Paul, when you got it in the mail and you opened it.
$250 for a poor priest like me living on a pension.
Yeah. but
anyways, it's a hot ticket. But when I lived at the cathedral, I used to go every morning by the academy, and I watched the buses pull up, and I used to stand there and watch. I never saw hardly anyone would pass the bus.
Well, see, times are changing. Everybody's in a hurry now, and who teaches? John Paul, it is to me. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Like you, when I was first driving, nobody passed the bus. Everybody stopped.
But I think people are on those cell phones. They're texting, and they're not paying attention. But then I noticed one of the bus drivers, they were letting the kids on from the academy, St. Augustine Academy.
Yeah.
He didn't put out the stop sign until half of the kids are on the bus, so they're a little bit negligent too.
No, I don't. Listen, John Paul, good to hear from you, by the way. Have a great day. We appreciate the call. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm sure, as John Paul just said there, some of the fault may be with the bus drivers as well. Listen, nobody's perfect. What do they say? There's equal equal negligence maybe to go around. I don't know. But folks, yes, if the bus is in front of you, just stop. Wait for the red lights. Wait for the stop sign. It's see, there you go, folks. $250, but at least there is an appeal process. I went through an appeal process and got something thrown. I'll tell you about that next hour because it was actually pretty funny. We'll do that and more coming up right here. It's Paula for Melissa in the Morning, right here on the aforementioned, surprisingly, Melissa in the Morning program on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stop and go through Norwalk on the Turnpike southbound, also from exit 9 into exit 6 in Stamford. Delays Trumbull into Fairfield and Norwalk into New Canaan. This is on the Parkway. And a slow ride out of Derby into Shelton on Route 8 near Howe Avenue. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Chilly and bright through this afternoon under a sunny sky with a high in the upper 40s. Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Fall is the season for fresh starts, so why not start with your smile? At Downtown Dental, transform your look with Invisalign or veneers. The best quality at the lowest price.
I lost a tooth from an accident, but Downtown Dental gave me my smile back with same-day implants. Just $999. It was easy, painless, and affordable.
Now I'm smiling brighter than ever, thanks to Downtown Dental.
3 convenient offices in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and West Haven. Call Downtown Dental today or visit downtowndentalct.com.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
When a student lacks some of the most basic needs, like food, clothing, and school supplies, it can be challenging to even attend school. It can be hard to study, tough to concentrate, impossible to thrive. At Communities in Schools, we address this issue every day. Out in the community, there are great resources for students, and we bring these resources directly to the students who need them most. We work to ensure that they have everything they need to re-engage in learning in the classroom and at home, including access to technology, learning materials, and even emotional support. By forging caring relationships with students and bringing communities of support to them, our staff works to achieve equitable learning conditions so all kids can succeed in school and in life. And that's what Communities in Schools is all about. To learn more, visit communitiesInschools.org.
More than 90% of poisonings happen at home, but there are things you can do to keep your family safe. Visit poisonhelp.hrsa.gov or call 1-800-222-1222 for tips on how to poison-proof your home.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is the CBS World News Roundup, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Southern California is in for a weekend of severe weather as a powerful Pacific storm bears down on the region with heavy rain and high winds. Among the vulnerable, people in areas devastated by the Palisades and Eaton fires earlier this year. This man in Forest Falls has weighed the pros and cons.
The place here is so incredibly beautiful and wonderful that the risks are worth it. You have to be that kind of crazy to be able to stay here.
Elsewhere in California,
the pack fire in the eastern Sierra Nevada mountains exploded late Thursday night, damaging more than a dozen homes and scorching more than 3,000 acres. It's fueled by high winds from an atmospheric river, and crews grounded all firefighting aircraft overnight. The weather system pushed through Northern California yesterday, flooding roads and downing trees.
Correspondent Carter Evans reporting from the Palisades. A California Democrat is facing a federal investigation. CBS's Errol Barnett.
Sources tell CBS News Congressman Eric Swalwell has been referred to the Justice Department. He's now being accused of tax and mortgage fraud. Swalwell has been a vocal critic of President Trump and filed a civil lawsuit against him back in March of 2021. The DOJ has declined to comment.
The Trump administration's confrontation with Venezuela could be on the brink of taking a dangerous new turn. U.S. military action inside the South American nation. Correspondent Natalie Brand.
Two sources tell CBS News that no final decision has yet been made, but these sources say that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and other senior military officials briefed President Trump on these potential options for the coming days that could include land strikes, according to these sources.
Another honor for baseball superstar Shohei Ohtani.
The Dodgers slugger and pitcher was named National League MVP for the fourth time in 5 years after leading his team to another World Series title. He was the unanimous choice of the Baseball Writers Association of America. Only Barry Bonds has more MVP awards with 7. Not to be outdone, Yankees outfielder Aaron Judge won his 3rd American League MVP award, narrowly edging out Seattle Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh in the voting. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
One name on the tip of everyone's tongues at last night's Latin Grammys in Vegas.
And the Grammy goes to Bad Bunny.
Puerto Rican superstar swept the Latin Grammys on Univision with 5 wins, including the biggest album of the year. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive. See why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive to stay protected on the road. See for yourself at progressive.com.
WICC 695.9. Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut local news update.
State officials gathered yesterday to announce that hundreds more Connecticut families will have access to free or reduced price childcare under the Early Start CT program.
In September, we announced the creation of between 500 and 600 spots. And today we are very proud to announce an additional 1,000 on top of that.
Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz went on to say that providers will also receive an 8% increase in an effort to maintain the current workforce.
Which is so important because sadly our early childhood educators are not paid what they're worth. So this is a step toward keeping this important part of our workforce.
The Early Start program was announced at Governor Ned Lamont's State of the State address this past January with the goal of providing affordable child care to all Connecticut residents. The state is allowing workers at Connecticut Highway Service plazas to unionize. The Lamont administration has helped broker a deal between plaza operator Applegreen and the Service Employees Union 32BJ. The agreement covers workers at more than 20 plazas on Interstates 95 and 395, along with Route 15. If a majority of the workers at the 23 plazas are in agreement, they will be allowed to unionize. Michelle Troconis is appealing to have her conviction overturned or a new trial. She was convicted last year in connection with the disappearance and presumed murder of Jennifer Doulos of New Canaan. Doulos and her husband were going through a divorce and custody fight when she disappeared in May of 2019. Troconis was dating Fotis Doulos when his estranged wife disappeared, and she is now serving a 14-and-a-half-year prison sentence following her conviction last year on charges, including conspiracy to commit murder and evidence tampering. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are John. John this time around, and his update sponsored by the Fairfield Law Offices of Eliafson and Tenor. Hey, whether it's a power of attorney, medical directives, wills, or even a trust, every person is different to create your personalized plan. Call the law offices of Eliafson and Tenor. Online, ConnecticutElderLaw.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
If you're heading on Route 8 southbound, usual here as you come from Derby into Shelton, the construction work on the Commodore Hull Bridge, that's where the slow up is. There southbound on the Merritt Parkway. It's heavy out of Trumbull to Fairfield and then Norwalk into New Canaan. Stop and go Norwalk on the Connecticut Turnpike right into Darien, and then slow throughout all of Stamford southbound. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and cool day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the northwest. Clear and cold this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
We're taking Powerball and doubling the fun. The new Double Play feature has arrived, bringing you double the opportunities to win millions. Just add Double Play for an additional drawing and chance to win up to $10 million. One ticket, two chances to win. Add Double Play to your Connecticut Powerball ticket today. Overall odds of Powerball and Double Play 1 in 24.9. Jackpot odds 1 in approximately 293 million. Must be 18 or older. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Considering an online pharmacy? Explore BeSafeRx to find useful information and resources to help you purchase medicines safely online. A safe online pharmacy requires a doctor's prescription, has an address in the United States, has a licensed pharmacist, and is licensed by a state pharmacy board. It's best to stay away from online pharmacies that don't meet these criteria. Discover more helpful tips and resources at BeSafeRx. Go to fda.gov/BeSafeRx.
This is where Greenwich starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everyone? No, it's not Melissa. You probably figured that by now. 8:08, 8 past 8. Calling for Melissa. Melissa in the Morning at 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. We'll check in with one of our usual afternoon folks, Chris Caruso, momentarily. Rob in Bridgeport is with us this morning. Hey, Rob, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Paul. I'm doing great, sitting in traffic on I-95.
Excellent.
I have to respond to John Paul talking about how he was in the middle of the bus when the stop sign came out.
All right.
And it falls back almost to, in January, Connecticut laws now change to approaching a crosswalk. You have to anticipate a pedestrian going to cross.
Yes.
If you see a pedestrian coming near, you're supposed to slow down and give them the right of way.
Yep.
So prior to him seeing a stop sign come out, I'm pretty certain that the yellow flashing lights are going on. You know, for at least 4 seconds before a stop sign comes out, they're warning you that they are approaching a stop. So why they let him out of the ticket, I don't know.
Well, you know what?
You have to anticipate the bus is going to stop for a pickup when you see those flashing yellow lights.
Yeah, I get what you mean, Rob, and you're right. You should. I overcompensate for this. Like when I see a bus, I stop and it's slowing down. I'm like, oh, here we go, and I'm going to stop here. But I guess he was relieved of the ticket because I guess technically the lights weren't on. So I know what you're saying, Rob. There's a technicality versus a play it safe attitude. You know what I mean? Is that what you're driving at here? Yeah.
Right. They're looking at the black and white.
Yes.
Okay, the stop sign wasn't blinking instead of the anticipation theory of it. But then on the flip side, I while I was on hold, I was thinking the Board of Education and the traffic division of the local municipalities need to think about not having a bus stop every 300 feet or 200 feet.
Well, that's another.
It drives me bonkers to know. When I was a kid, you used to have to walk, 8 miles uphill to school.
In a snowstorm, Rob, while it was snowing, right?
Now they pick you up at your driveway.
Well.
No wonder why we have obesity in schools.
Yeah, well,
no.
But
that's a whole nother ball of wax.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I think it's even funnier in Fairfield on Round Hill Road at the exit of 22, the Round Hill Road off 95. There's a commuter lot.
Okay.
And there's about 30 kids that congregate there to get a school bus.
Okay.
And their parents are sitting in their cars. While you're sitting in your car, drop them off.
Drop them off. What are you doing?
I mean, come on.
I know. Rob, I got to run. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, I guess. Man, oh, man. Come on. Well, he does have a point. Yeah, but again, see, the more you make kids walk, you got to have more crossing guards. There have to be more police out there. I guess statistically, the insurance companies show the school district and say, hey, spread out these school bus stops if you want, but you're taking a chance. Before we get to Chris, Kathy is with us. Kathy, good morning. How are you?
Hi, how are you today?
I'm good, Kathy. What's on your mind today?
I'm calling about State Senate passing the housing bill last night around 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's where are our representatives and where are the environmentalists? Those are my two questions because nobody wants this. I don't know who wants it, but it should not have been passed. Passed out of the House a couple days ago.
Yep.
There was barely any time for anyone to look at it. I don't think anyone who's in favor of it could possibly have read the entire bill, because it's basically the beginning of a state takeover of local zoning and planning on your land use decision-making.
Yeah, this is, and Kathy, and thank you for the call, this is the argument, if not directly against the bill, which Kathy's argument is, part of the problem that was what's in the bill, and B, the way it was done. And really, when you come down to it, this was, was this an emergency? I don't know. Joining us right now is a gentleman who can speak to that, former Democratic Rep Chris Caruso. Chris, good morning. Chris, usually special sessions are reserved for stuff that's got to be done now, right? Emergency legislation. And I can understand the few $100 million we needed to offset federal cuts. I don't know, Chris, whether the housing bill had to be done now or could it have waited till, February or maybe.
It probably could have waited, Paul, to be honest with you. Usually, as you said, a special session is called because you have to get something done. It's imperative. For example, if you go through your regular session and the budget isn't approved, then you do a special session in order to approve it or implement parts of the budget. That's kind of an emergency because you need that in order to move things forward.
Sure.
Housing, I think it could have waited, and I would have liked to have seen more of a bipartisan approach than it was. From what I could see, it would have been probably a good idea to bring legislators together from both sides of the aisle to have more input. Mm-hmm. It didn't seem to be that as the situation, it just didn't seem to have that. Mm-hmm. What was interesting, though, you had CCM, which is the conference of cities and towns. They supported the bill. Then you had COST, which are the small towns in the state. They supported the bill.
Yeah.
You had some Republican selectmen and mayors supported the bill. So it seemed to be a mix of things going on. But it probably would have been better to try to work through it, do some public hearings. I think there's frustration in Hartford because on one side you have this demand for more housing.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, there have been some towns that have just refused, working with any form of housing, in particular affordable housing. So you had two situations going on that came together and resulted in the bill. But I think it should have more time would have been better just to work through some of the issues and then have more of a support behind the bill itself.
Yeah, Chris, hang on. I want to get your thoughts here regarding Governor Ned Lamont running for the dreaded third term. A lot of people saying, hey, stop it too. Hey, it seems like he likes the job. And he's in his 70s. What's he going to do? Sit home with Annie all day? I mean, honestly. More from our pal Chris Caruso coming up. First, though, traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Seeing delays southbound in West Haven on the Turnpike, also in Stamford, too. A busy ride coming past Norwalk into New Canaan on the Parkway, and a slow go from Ansonia into Shelton on Route 8 southbound. Sponsored by RD Cinto. If you move your office to an RD Cinto property, you could be in the health club right now. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning, everybody. We are off to a sunny start with a reading up to 40 degrees right now in Bridgeport. Our dew point is 30. We have a few mid-30s inland, 35 in Danbury, 36 right now in Wilton along Route 7, 37 along Route 8 in Derby. So we'll be in the 40s through this afternoon, upper 40s under a good deal of sun at least through midday, and that sun will begin to fade later this afternoon. Our barometer is 30.07. That will be on the way up, and right now the breeze light out of the west that will shift shift northwest by midday and be on the gusty side later this afternoon. Generally fair this evening and overnight. We'll have an overnight low dipping down into the mid to upper 30s. Tomorrow, any early sun will fade. It'll be a dry day, though, with a high near 50. The rain will arrive by tomorrow night. It'll be a mild night with that low holding near 50 degrees with winds shifting out of the southwest. Sunday, any early rain or showers ending by mid to late morning. Clearing by midday. We'll see the sun in the afternoon. A high in the lower 50s early, falling through the 40s later in the afternoon. Monday, sunny with a gusty breeze and a high in the mid-40s. And more of the same through midweek under a lot of sun with a high in the mid-40s each afternoon. Right now we have readings in the 30s statewide, 40 by the water, 41 in Greenwich, 42 in Norwalk, 40 in Bridgeport, 41 in Milford. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The floats, the bands, and all those giant balloons. It's the return of the Stamford Downtown Parade Spectacular, Sunday, November 23rd. Join WICC hosts Melissa Sheketoff, Paul Pacelli, John Kamal, and Chris Williams along the parade route. The parade steps off at noon and travels through the streets of Stamford downtown. The holiday season officially begins with the annual tradition, the Stamford Downtown Parade Spectacular, Sunday, November 23rd. Listen online at voiceofct.com. Now back to Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9.
And good morning. 8:19, almost 8:20, 203-333-9422-333 WICC. Paul and for Melissa, thank you so much for allowing me to start your day as you head into the weekend. Hope the week was good so far. This gentleman usually joins me every Thursday or Friday. Chris Caruso, former Democratic state rep, very active in Bridgeport politics. Chris, you were in Bridgeport politics for what, about 340 years or something like that?
It felt like that after a while. Yeah.
Hey, Chris, let's talk about the governor. You know, you and I have joked about this. Every other expert I've had on the show from colleges and everything, oh my God, don't run for a third term. I guess the guy, you know, I guess, Chris, what's he going to do? Sit home and stare at the four walls? I mean, he wants to do it.
Yeah, well, Paul, I think when you stay in office, what happens is you gain objection, you gain people not happy with you that may have been happy with you the first time as far as voting goes. Mm-hmm. And so that's why I think most times elected officials say, well, I've been in here for a while. Maybe it's time to go. You saw that in this past election, local towns. You had some towns where a mayor and their entire board of aldermen or city council were just wiped out. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you wait too long and, the welcome isn't like when you first went into office. Yeah. For governor, it's probably even more difficult. You're managing the state. It could be very tiring, a lot of pressure. And after a while, most say, well, hey, I'll do the 2 terms and that's it. With this situation, I think, in fairness, Ned Lamont enjoys what he's doing. Yeah. And I think he's had, for the most part, great success. Have there been some shortcomings and problems? Of course. You see that with any elected official. Sure. But for the most part, he's had success. And, a while back you had asked me, did you think he was going to run? And I kept telling you, yeah, I think he was. Yeah. His ratings have been fairly well. Mm-hmm. I listened a little bit out there, and Susan Bysowitz, who was lieutenant governor, she was supportive of him running again. So that lined up okay. I think his family is supportive, and he's willing to give it another try. Mm-hmm. And frankly, I think he started things that he'd like to finish. Yeah. In some ways, right? So I think that's why, in the long run, he's running. Also, as a backdrop, is what happened in the local election. Yeah. The Democrats flipped 29 towns from Republican to Democratic. I think it's 102 of the 169 that are now under Democratic leadership. So that bodes well for him, too. And then this housing bill gets resolved. Mm-hmm. That kind of brings in a little bit the progressive side of the party. So, things are lining up, and I think that's why he feels more comfortable to run.
I think, Chris, he also is very genuine when he talks about the fiscal stability of the state. And back in 2017, when the state Senate was pretty much 50-50, even a slight Republican majority when it came to the budget stuff, those guardrails, Chris, I know nothing is perfect, but a lot of people like them. They've worked. And let's face it, Ned Lamont is first and foremost, I think, with no offense to him, Chris, because of his background, he's a money guy. And I think he sees long term that you can't achieve, Chris, a lot of these social equity stuff if you don't have any money. And I think he really wants to put in another 4 years to say, hey, I hate to be the lunch lady here, the hall monitor, but we have to hold the line on taxes and make sure that we're paying off a lot of our long-term debt.
Sure. And, Paul, in 2017 is when you had an even tie in the Senate.
Yeah.
Right? You had so many Democrats, so many Republicans. Neither side had the majority. And that's what led to the budget reforms that you see today, those so-called guardrails.
Yeah.
And when you look at it, you wouldn't have $500 million to spend on programs that possibly the federal government isn't going to fund for people if you didn't have those guardrails. You had over $4 billion in the rainy day fund.
Yep.
So about 18%, right? So if you didn't have that, you wouldn't be able to take $500 million from it and be able to feed people or Medicaid or child support or things like that. So the guardrails actually have helped the state in many ways.
Yeah. Chris, thank you. We appreciate it as always. Chris Caruso. Chris, have a happy weekend, and we'll talk to you next week. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Chris Caruso there. Yeah, listen. Maybe it's good that Ned Lamont comes from money. I mean, Lamont Cable Systems and the First Lady of the state's hedge fund or investment fund she runs. And look, the governor understands. Strip away as Chris said and I said, strip away the social programs for a minute and consider each individually. They cost money. And like Chris just said, the big beautiful bill, so-called big beautiful bill from the Trump White House, that stripped away a few $100 million in social service money. Now you can debate whether or not that's fine, whatever, but we have the resources to cover that, primarily because, you hear the term fiscal guardrails that only happen, and the Republican Party gets maligned in this state, but the only reason the state of Connecticut is on the relatively stable fiscal standing it is now is because there was a split. There was an 18-18 split in the state Senate back 2016, 2017. And that's when both sides got together and said, hey, let's do this right. And I know there are some people that complain the rainy day fund is too high, and there are some people that complain about, what should be under the spending cap, what should not be. But at least there's a process there. And look, we were able to weather a couple of things. Tax revenues are good. But as Chris said, this is what happens when you allow both parties an equal say. Traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Heavy ride southbound Route 8, Ansonia to Shelton. Connecticut Turnpike busy in Fairfield, but the heaviest now comes out of Darien, heading into Stamford exit 6. And the Parkway is slow Route 7 in Norwalk into High Ridge Road in Stamford. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Chilly and bright through this afternoon under a sunny sky with a high in the upper 40s. Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
I've told you before how my grandmother, I used to call her Graham Cracker when she was alive, lived with us for pretty much all my childhood into adulthood before she died in 2020. And as she got older, she had more needs. That's pretty expected, right? I want to tell you about Connecticut in-home assistance because I don't want you to end up in the situation where there's any resentment while you have an aging loved one at home, because that did happen sometimes between my mom and her mother. I want to tell you about Connecticut In-Home Assistance because you can actually get a free on-site assessment done. And you're part of the process. You can learn about what they can do, how aides can really help. I know for us, it was huge that somebody was there for toileting and for bathroom needs, and if my grandmother needed cooking done, and certainly rides to and from the senior center, for example, just to name a few things. Connecticut In-Home Assistance can do all of that and more. If you want to give them a call at 855-412-2273, or just go to their website, cthomecare.com, to get started today. Again, that's cthomecare.com.
Need metal? Metal Supermarket's got metal. Big or small, no minimum order. Cut and ready fast while you wait, or call for delivery. Check out the new store in Bridgeport today at 1085 Connecticut Avenue, where we cut, bend, and shape any size of metal with no minimum order.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
Are you waking up in the morning with a sore jaw, headaches, ringing in your ears, all because you're grinding and clenching your teeth at night? That's exactly what was going on with me. I ended up going to a dentist, and he wants to charge over $600 for a night guard. That's when I found the Brooks Night Guard. You mold it at home to the top or bottom teeth. Other mouth guards go all the way to the back, which allows the back teeth to touch. This is where most of the grinding and clenching occurs. The Brooks Night Guard redirects the bite force away from the back teeth, reducing jaw pain while still protecting the teeth. This unique design is what makes Brooks Night Guard different from all other traditional grind guards. Order your Brooks Night Guard today and get 10% off plus free shipping. Go to brooksnightguard.com and enter the code BRUX91. That's BRUX91.
Stop your grinding with Brooks Night Guard.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
Just about every day, we hear unsettling news about the economy and global events, things that affect our lives here at home. It's natural to feel uncertain, but when it comes to securing your family's future, there is something you can do. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
Do you ever feel like your medical or financial decisions are out of your hands? In times like these, most of us would answer yes. The good news? There are legal tools designed to protect you, ensuring that only the people you trust can manage your affairs, should you become unable to do so. Life can change quickly. It's never too early to put a plan in place that reflects your wishes, whether it's a power of attorney, medical advance directives, a last will and testament, or a trust tailored to your needs. Every person's situation is different. It's important to create an individualized plan before it's needed. We all deserve peace of mind.
The Fairfield Law Offices of Eliofson and Tenor. On the internet, ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Call 203-336-2566. That's 203-336-2566.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano. Heavy rains threaten flooding and mudslides in the Los Angeles area the next few days, as meteorologist Darren Peck tells us.
The terrain becomes a fact. That burn scar is going to get 4 inches put on it. It's a concern there. There's a flood watch there for all of Southern California.
The government shutdown's over, but correspondent Chris Van Cleve says air travel has a way to go before returning to normal.
For a third day, the FAA ordered airlines to cancel 6% of flights into 40 busy airports, about 1,000 flights again Thursday, as the agency closely monitors air traffic control staffing.
In Oakland, California, Laney College athletic director John Beam, famous for the Netflix show Last Chance U, is hospitalized after being shot at the Fieldhouse. Acting Oakland Police Chief James Beard.
Officers arrived on scene, located a victim suffering from a gunshot wound. He was immediately transported to a local hospital where he's currently being treated.
The shooter escaped. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The housing bill, HB 8002, has received approval from the state Senate and will move to the governor's desk for his signature. The vote passed 24-10 with no Republicans voting in favor. State Senator Tony Wong released a video voicing his disapproval of not only the content of the bill, but the manner in which it was introduced.
Ultimately, it is a bill that lacks transparency, lacks engagement. It was dropped in the middle of the night without public hearings, without engagement with dissenters and shareholders.
HB 8002 is heavily based on a previous housing bill that was vetoed by the governor this past spring and had even received no votes from multiple Democrats. Of the 4 senators who voted no on the previous bill, all 4 switched their vote to yay for the current one. Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff expressed his confidence that the new legislation will help Connecticut residents.
People need housing. End of sentence. We have to build more housing here in the state of Connecticut if we're going to grow our economy and if we're going to ensure that people have an affordable place to live. And it's a good bill. It's a strong bill. It's a bill that will help communities. It's a bill that will help people.
The Senate has also approved legislation that would create a safety net for federally funded programs in the state. Since the beginning of the government shutdown, multiple programs such as SNAP, WICC, and heating assistance have lost their funding and have heavily impacted the quality of life for those residents who receive those benefits.
And it is important for us to take charge and to make sure that we are taking care of our people, which is why we have the $500 million fund, not only for what we've seen with this shutdown, but in light of the fact of the reconciliation bill, the H.R. 1 bill that passed and was signed on July 4th.
Despite the shutdown now ending, there has been much concern from lawmakers about the future funding of programs like SNAP. Governor Ned Lamont is officially launching his campaign for a 3rd term today. Lamont announced last week that he filed the necessary paperwork with the Secretary of the state's office to run again.
People want to be here. More young people are staying here. So we're building more housing in the state of Connecticut than we have in many, many years. We've come a long way, but the job's not done. Let's keep Connecticut moving forward together.
The governor will tour the state today, making stops in Bridgeport, New Haven, Groton, and Hartford. The day will be finished off with a formal campaign launch party set for tonight in Waterbury. Lamont was first elected in 2018 and is entering the final year of his second 4-year term. The Schick Razor Factory in Milford will be closing down at the end of 2027. Parent company Edgewell Personal Care has informed the State Department of Labor of the closure plans, saying the first round of layoffs will begin in March. In total, nearly 300 people will lose their jobs once the factory is completely shut down. Shelton-based Edgewell says the company's corporate headquarters will remain in Connecticut, and the brand will continue to be a prominent Connecticut employer. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are John. John, this time around on WICC is brought to you by the fine folks at M.J. Thomas Jewelers. Hey, looking to buy or sell gold? Visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford. For expert service and great deals, their knowledgeable staff is there to assist you with all of your gold needs. For more info, check them out, mjthomas.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Connecticut Turnpike southbound slow in West Haven. We've got delays out of Darien right through Stamford. Stop and go on the Parkway Norwalk to High Ridge Road in Stamford. And Route 8 South, Derby into Shelton. Slow spot there. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and cool day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the northwest. Clear and cold this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
It sounds like
it goes
it's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Moto Works, 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Moto Works, 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Moto Works in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Moto Works.
Did you know tens of thousands of mothers, fathers, children, and seniors right here in Southern Connecticut face food insecurity? Moms going without so they can feed their children? That's why the Bridgeport Rescue Mission is relaunching their mobile kitchen so they can deliver fresh hot meals directly into our streets and communities that need it most. Please help the relaunch of the Bridgeport Rescue Mission's mobile kitchens. Give today to bridgeportrescuemission.org because no child, no senior, no human should ever go hungry.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to the Richfield Playhouse. December 5th, it's Don McLean.
We were singing bye, bye, Miss American Pie.
Don McLean's Starry Starry Christmas, a night of hits and holiday favorites. December 20th, it's one of pop's most beloved voices, Susanna Hoffs. December 21st, it's Rockabilly Christmas with Jason D. Williams, Don McLean, Susanna Hoffs, and Rockabilly Christmas. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at richfieldplayhouse.org.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Before you know about it, she's already talking about it. Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Well, hey there. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's 8:38 to 22 before 9. Another check of traffic and weather together. Coming up, Paul and for Melissa on the Melissa in the Morning program. Another betting scandal out there. It's in the news. This one, a mafia-connected betting scandal connected to some NCAA athletes. We have the ongoing investigation into a couple of pitchers out there. Emmanuel Clase is one of them. This NBA scandal from a few weeks ago. What do bettors think about this? Not just people in general, but people who bet. Sacred Heart University has done a new poll out there in conjunction with Gray Media and the CT Insider. And to talk about that poll from Sacred Heart, we're joined by Dr. Andrew Miller. He's director of the Sports Communication and Media graduate program at SHU. Hey, Dr. Miller, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. Interesting poll here. In light of everything that's happening now, there's fresh news of another scandal here. People have said, well, this is inevitable. You're going to have that. But talk a little about this poll and how it was conducted and some of the findings here. This is fascinating to me.
Yeah, well, being on a college campus, we're kind of at the center of sports gambling's impact on society. I mean, there's so many young men now that are, they're turning 21. They're legal to gamble in most of the states of the country, and they're doing a lot of it. So it's the kind of thing that we want to be paying attention to. So we did a poll last year, and now we did this sort of kind of smaller pulse poll recently in light of these scandals. And there were, I think, quite a few sort of interesting things that came out of it. I guess I'll start with, these are, again, we surveyed people that are actually betting on games, and 80% of them, were and are worried about the integrity of NBA games. So the people that are betting on them, they're worried about it. Now, the interesting thing about that, though, is that even though they're worried, still a full almost 30% of them are more likely to keep betting.
Wow.
So I think. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say it is. I mean, that's a testament to, I guess, the allure of this. It may be not on the up and up, but I'm still going to do it. Wow, when you see that,
Yeah, no, I think exactly that. This is an addictive behavior. I mean, we all do things that maybe are not great for us.
Yeah,
and we'll do them anyway. And you sort of, and there's that part. The other thing that may be related to this, although we don't know this, is that because sometimes you get, I think, this reaction where this kind of bad behavior has been found out, so the assumption is the leagues will step in and now start to do a better job of restricting that, so that actually betting will become, it'll become a better platform because they've now found out these bad actors.
Yeah. Interesting here too. Maybe, Dr. Miller, it's the kind of thing, okay, they found this this instance of it. Who knows, right? People say, well, this could have been going on for years. It doesn't mean that I'm going to stop watching it and stop betting on it. Yeah, maybe I don't know, the price of doing business here, as they say.
Yeah, I think that's definitely part of it. I mean, we did find that that not only are these bettors concerned about the NBA, this has lowered their level of trust about the integrity of major league sports, of all kinds. So I think that's part of it. Some other interesting things that came out of this is that, again, these are the people that are betting on games, and they're doing it, and I think they're probably enjoying it. Yeah. But close to 90% of them are concerned that the advertising around it is encouraging risky or unethical betting behavior. And I think that speaks to the rise of, these new betting platforms. That's where people are betting now. They're not going to a casino. They're not finding some, shady bookmaker like they used to in the past. They're just doing it on their phone.
Yeah.
And people love the convenience. But interestingly, even these people that are heavily involved in it are concerned that the advertising is not, good for us.
It is amazing, and we're joined by Dr. Andrew Miller from Sacred Heart University. Yeah, it is startling, Dr. Miller, whether you're watching an NFL game, college basketball, college football, the NHL, the NBA, whatever. And as they're discussing the game, there are all these graphics with point spreads and over-unders and prop bets. And yeah, it is just, it is mind-numbing that, as you say, you have college students there, and there's the old argument about, well, the brain isn't fully developed until you're 25, and they're being bombarded with this. And it's no wonder that you have, as you mentioned, such a high percentage of young men doing this. How can they not?
Yeah. So we there was a recent interview. We were talking to one of our own students, and he related how when he was excited to turn 21.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons he was excited was because then he'd be legal to bet. Wow. He'd be of legal age where he could use these platforms, and that's just nothing. For some of us that are a little bit older, that was never a thing when we turned 21 that we were excited about.
Yeah.
And now for young men, this is something that's out there. I just want to also get at one other thing you just mentioned.
Sure.
That, one of the real issues that we're confronting in this space is around prop bets.
Yeah.
And I think on two levels. One, they are, for a team sport, they're the most easily manipulable, easily manipulated by an individual. And we've seen that with the pitchers for the Guardians, where they're, you could bet on whether it was going to be a ball or strike. And so you can throw that first pitch ball, and you've now, a number of people are making tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
The other part of that I think is very concerning is I think it's also part of the rise of harassment of athletes that we're seeing, not just at the pro level, but at the college level, because people are betting, that whether this particular athlete is going to have 10 rebounds or 9 rebounds, and when they fall under that line by 1 or 2, they're now hearing from these bettors out there, and they're sometimes really hearing some terrible things. And I think, in particular for college athletes, this is a real problem. That I think we have to confront.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Andrew Miller, Director of the Sports Communications and Media Graduate Program at Sacred Heart, talking about a poll that was done recently regarding better confidence among the betting scandals. Dr. Miller, thanks. We appreciate it. We'll chat down the road. Be good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Appreciate it. How about that, huh? Yeah. Wow, I'm 21 now. I can bet. Whoever did that? Yikes. Traffic and weather together right here, right now, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Busy now, southbound 25A connector, Lindley Street into the 95 merge. Connecticut Turnpike is slow in Stamford. Parkway southbound busy in New Canaan on the way to Stamford. And Shelton is the slow spot southbound on Route 8. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Morning, everybody. After a frosty start, we're beginning to warm it up a little bit. We have a reading of 42 right now in Bridgeport, generally near 40 by the water. Inland, a few leftover upper 30s. 38 right now in Seymour along Route 8. 39 in Wilton along Route 7, 43 in Greenwich, 42 in Norwalk, and right now in Bridgeport we are at a reading of 41. Our dew point 30, humidity 68%, and our barometer is on the way up, 30.07, with that wind out of the west shifting northwest later this morning. It will be a bright day under a lot of sun, a gusty breeze developing during the afternoon. We'll have a high in the upper 40s to near 50 by later this afternoon with that wind out of the northwest. Patchy frost later on this evening and overnight. It will be a fair night with a low near 30. Tomorrow, early sun, late day clouds with a high near 50. Rain will arrive by tomorrow night. We'll have a low holding near 50 with the wind shifting out of the southwest, ushering in the milder air. Sunday, early rain and showers ending by mid to late morning. Clearing by lunch. We'll see the sun in the afternoon with a high in the lower 50s in the morning, into the 40s by later in the afternoon and evening. Monday, sunny with a high in the mid-40s and more sun in the mid-40s through midweek. Right now, we're in the lower 40s by the water. We'll have a high in the upper 40s later this afternoon under a fair amount of sun. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody here at 8:48, almost 8:49, 11 before 9. Back to open phones momentarily, yeah, but the holiday shopping season, yeah, pretty much upon us. Black Friday, 2 weeks from today, everybody's going to be shopping like crazy. And yep, a lot of people who uses cash today, a lot of people use debit cards or credit cards. So what is the credit card environment out there now? What is it? What's it like? I've had this guy on the afternoon show before a few times. He's known as America's credit repairman. You've seen and heard him on CNN, NBC, Fox News, and all across the country. He is the founder of the credit repair firm Better Qualify. Paul Oster joins us again. Hey, Paul, it's Paul here in Connecticut once again. How are you?
Hey, Paul, thanks for having me back on.
Oh, wonderful. Love having you on. All right, Paul, you tell me. Here it comes, Black Friday, batten down the hatches, get that plastic going. What is the credit card market like now, Paul? Big offers out there, interest rates. What should people maybe gravitate to and away from for Black Friday shopping coming up here?
Yeah, a couple things here, Paul. They have to stay away from increasing their credit card balances at all.
Yeah.
They can't use the fuzzy mental math. I'll be able to pay this off. You have to figure out if you're not going to be able to pay this off within 3 months, you can't do it. I mean, you have to break the cycle. People live in this crazy, they're in a crisis every 30 days, every year after the holidays. So figure out a way. And look, we have a short period of time here, I know, but you can still do some things to plan for this. Stay away from these new buy now, pay later plans also. It's even easier to get in trouble with those plans. It's very easy to get approved on the spot. It looks great, 0% interest, pay it over time. But when you start to factor in all the other things that are going on right now, healthcare insurance could be increasing as much as 100% for some people if they remove these tax subsidies for next year.
Yeah.
So you have to plan for the worst right now. So look at your budget. This is where most people fail to plan. They have no idea what their household budget is. So again, they're using that fuzzy mental math. They're trying to figure out, can I afford to pay this? If you can't use a debit card, take a step back, and maybe this is the year of giving, not buying. Maybe you make something that's personal. You know, it won't cost you a lot of money. Maybe you plan a trip for next year and defer the costs and payments for things that are going to roll in here. Because if you wake up with the hangover in January and February, it's not going to be like the hangovers of past. It's going to be that much worse.
And Paul, if you're and I have a few friends like this that are incredibly disciplined, that will put stuff on credit cards to get the frequent flyer miles and the hotel miles. But gosh darn it, one of my friends, once a week, he sits down, he goes online for 5 minutes, and he pays everything down to zero. That's the kind of person my friend is that the credit card companies don't want, right? They want somebody who runs balances. My friend is the antithesis of this, right?
Paul, it's literally about 2% of credit card users that are that disciplined. So think about that. Believe it or not, and rightfully so, they're going to eliminate these reward points because if you're really getting, or not only quickly erased, you're in the hole. Most people are paying over 20% interest. Some people are closer to 30%. Think about this, Paul. The average credit card balance is now ticked up over $6,000. We used to be around $5,000 or less not too long ago. If you only paid the minimum payment on a $6,000 balance,
it's 100 years, right?
well, it's over 20 years.
Wow,
it's 20 years, and you're going to wind up paying close to $20,000 for the $6,000. So, if you're looking at a gift that costs $100, and your interest rate is 20%, and you don't pay it off within a couple of months, it's no longer a $100 gift. It's $130, $135, $100, and this thing just keeps growing. So here's the other thing. If you're currently carrying credit card balances, you have to start making micropayments because credit cards are built on daily compounding interest, which means your balance increases every single day, even if you don't spend another dime. So make a $20 payment today because when they recalculate tomorrow, it's minus that $20 for the interest. So if you have $40 that you're going to pay towards a credit card, make 2 payments of $20. You can start saving yourself a ton of interest, and then more of that money starts going towards the principal balance.
Interesting. And Paul Oster, finally, you see all these kind of chic boutique cards out there. Apple and all these companies have cards. This is to get a niche customer, right? Because a lot of these niche cards I look at, and you read the fine print, and a lot of them come from the big major banks that are in the credit business altogether, right?
It's just another marketing gimmick, Paul. They're just, if you have credit cards right now, you don't need another credit card. And as a matter of fact, if you open up another credit card, it's going to hurt your credit. It's going to decrease your overall credit history. Every dollar you go over, it's called your utilization ratio. Your credit score has nothing to do with income. It has everything to do with how much credit you have available and how much you're using. As soon as you go over the 30% mark, okay, your credit scores are going to start to come down, and they come down fast and hard. So now, just doing that on your credit cards, your credit score is going to cost or save you money every single day with every single financial transaction. So people really have to think this all the way through. Can I really afford to make this purchase? Why am I using a credit card in the first place? And then take a step back and say, look, try and think of people can't even remember the gifts they got last year.
I know.
No one's going to throw you out of the family or the circle of friends.
That's great stuff. I got you. Yeah, you're right. Listen, somebody asked me the other day, what do you want? I said, I need new tires. Give me a Visa gift card. It's cash. I'll buy one of my 4 tires and I'll put your name on it. Folks, the website is betterqualified.com, betterqualified.com. Paul Oster. Paul, always good to chat, my friend. Take care. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul. Have a great day.
I appreciate it. All right, Paul Oster, O-S-T-E-R, betterqualified.com at 8:56 on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Turnpike southbound, that's slow in Stamford. We've got delays, 25A connector from Bridgeport's Lindley Street into the merge of 95. Slow ride New Canaan southbound on the Merritt Parkway. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Chilly and bright through this afternoon under a sunny sky with a high in the upper 40s. Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. and that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Ciao from Gusto Trattoria in Milford. With brand new space, delicious food, and welcoming staff, it's a great time to enjoy Gusto Trattoria in Milford. Dine in and enjoy modern and classic Italian specials perfect for the season. For events at home, you'll love Gusto's extensive catering menu. And for special occasions, choose one of Gusto's private rooms with many catering options. It's all at Gusto Trattoria in Milford, located right off 95 at 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. 203-876-7464.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
WICC, the voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Advice from someone who's been through it before to Southern Californians bracing for a blow from a powerful Pacific storm.
Everybody do what you got to do to prepare. Be safe, hunker down, make sure you pick up everything you need as far as food.
That man in Forest Falls, hard hit by deadly wildfires earlier this year, is in the danger zone again. Correspondent Carter Evans from the Palisades.
It's going to continue all day, and if this storm is as big as it is expected to be, it could be LA's wettest November in 40 years. And authorities have been encouraging people to map out their evacuation plans ahead of the storm so they're ready to go if those floodwaters hit.
Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of only 4 Republicans who helped force a vote to release all of the files on convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. She tells CBS Mornings it was for his victims.
These women have been waiting, some of them for decades. I talked to several victims that were raped by Jeffrey Epstein back in the 90s. And so this is information that has needed to come out for a very long time.
Federal workers are returning to their desks after the 43-day-old government shutdown.
I'm happy to see all my coworkers again. I brought in some pastries.
They'll be able to start paying bills soon. Correspondent Jared Hill.
The White House says more than 1 million federal employees who were not paid will start receiving back pay as early as Sunday.
The president has promised bonuses for air traffic controllers who stayed on the job during the shutdown. Next year's college grads may be facing an even tougher time finding work than this year's batch.
More than half of the 183 companies polled by the National Association of Colleges and Employers rated the job market for the class of 2026 as poor or fair. That's the worst outlook since the pandemic began. Companies say economic uncertainty has them hiring more conservatively. Plus, they have AI doing entry-level jobs. University of Alabama graduate Gianna Rinaldo.
I don't have the experience needed, even with all the internships.
Many companies are cutting jobs, so grads will face even more competition. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Planning a family? Money may very well be factoring into your decision. A new American Family Survey finds 7 in 10 Americans now believe raising children is too expensive. That's a 13 percentage point jump from last year and marks the first time in the survey's 11 years Americans list finances as the top reason that capped or planned the cap side of their bruise. The majority cites rising costs twice as often as any other factor. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Take the next step forward in your career with great benefits and an award-winning workplace. Apply at careers.progressive.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-230-2777. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-230-2777. That's 800-230-2777 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
WICC 695.9. Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State officials gathered yesterday to announce that hundreds more Connecticut families will have access to free or reduced price childcare under the Early Start CT program.
In September, we announced the creation of between 500 and 600 spots. And today we are very proud to announce an additional 1,000 on top of that.
Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz went on to say that providers will also receive an 8% increase in an effort to maintain the current workforce.
Which is so important because sadly our early childhood educators are not paid what they're worth. So this is a step toward keeping this important part of our workforce.
The Early Start program was announced at Governor Ned Lamont's State of the State address this past January with the goal of providing affordable child care to all Connecticut residents. The state is allowing workers at Connecticut Highway Service plazas to unionize. The Lamont administration has helped broker a deal between plaza operator Applegreen and the Service Employees Union 32BJ. The agreement covers workers at more than 20 plazas on Interstates 95 and 395, along with Route 15. If a majority of the workers at the 23 plazas are in agreement, they will be allowed to unionize. Michelle Troconis is appealing to have her conviction overturned or a new trial. She was convicted last year in connection with the disappearance and presumed murder of Jennifer Dulos of New Canaan. Dulos and her husband were going through a divorce and custody fight when she disappeared in May of 2019. Troconis was dating Fotis Dulos when his estranged wife disappeared, and she is now serving a 14-and-a-half-year prison sentence following her conviction last year on charges, including conspiracy to commit murder and evidence tampering. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are, John, and we're brought to you this time around by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Hey, prepare for Thanksgiving with Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Roasting, baking, or mashing, Kitchen Corner has it all, including expert knife sharpening. Call 203-374-1118, 203-374-1118, or visit online kitchen-corner.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slow ride 25A connector southbound Lindley Street to Bridgeport's 95 merge. It is a heavy ride in Stamford on the Turnpike and also New Canaan to Stamford on the Parkway. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and cool day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the northwest. Clear and cold this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Experience the future of luxury with the all-new electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology, the Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any EV SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ. Iconic moments drive superior hospitality at Cadillac of Greenwich. Let's take the Cadillac.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you could get 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
This is where Bridgeport starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey there, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everyone? 9088, past 9 o'clock. Open phones right now. Text messages to talk or text. It's the same number. How about that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, talk or text. Paula for Melissa. Big stories this morning while you and I were likely snoozing right around the stroke of midnight from Thursday into today, Friday. The state Senate, Democratic majority, passing the revised affordable housing bill, 24-10. 24-10. So 2 members of the state Senate did not vote on this. 24-10 was the vote. 24 in favor, all Democrats. 10 Republicans against. 1 Democrat didn't vote. 1 Republican didn't vote. Why? I don't know. Wouldn't really made a difference. Maybe it's an election year scenario. I don't know. Although the General Assembly election is not till next year. So we shall see. Now, in some ways, this housing bill is like the one that Governor Lamont vetoed a couple of months ago because of the knee-jerk reaction to it from cities and towns. And in some ways, this is different. It does introduce unelected boards, which I don't like. We see what could happen there. The immense amount of finger-pointing and yelling and screaming over PURA, the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority under the previous chairperson, Marissa Gillette, and her tenure. Every week we read and hear more and more about how her tenure was an abject, at least in my opinion, if you read it, her tenure was an abject disaster. There are still court hearings coming up in that. One of the PURA commissioners openly told, according to new reporting that we have now, one of the commissioners openly told Governor Ned Lamont that, hey, she doesn't pay attention to us. So again, this is the problem when you have these unelected boards. Now, apparently that's going to get weaved or woven, as you will, into this housing situation. So we'll see. Again, understand something. There was absolutely no reason, none, zip, zero. I don't care what anybody tells you. There was no reason to have a housing bill in a special session. It's not necessary. By state statute, it's not an emergency. But again, this was a push by the Democratic majority to, keep the far left of the party at bay and cannibalizing on Governor Ned Lamont, who is declaring for governor officially today. Now, there are other things being taken up in the special session, like replacing $500 million in federal funding cuts from the Trump White House. Okay, when you're talking about taking a $500 million out of the state fund, you have to do it in a formal way. So, there's the special session's all right for that. And there's some stuff around the edges you didn't really have to do anything in a special session for. But again, the housing bill, come on, not necessary. But again, this is all election year optics now. And again, Governor Ned Lamont, as you've been hearing on our news, he is going to make, I think, one stop in each of the 5 congressional districts today. I think he's going to be in Bridgeport later on to say, hey, I'm running again. And let me tell you something, and I've said this in the afternoon show. If a Democrat has to be elected to another term in the state, again, this is just my humble opinion here, take it for what it's worth. You could do a lot worse than Ned Lamont. Do I agree with him on everything? No. Is there stuff I disagree with him vehemently on? Yes. But if he is reelected, who knows? Listen, Ryan Fazio is going to be a formidable candidate. Josh Elliott is challenging the governor from the progressive wing of the party. We don't know what Aaron Stewart is doing yet. We don't know. But at least Governor Ned Lamont keeps the higher tax crowd in his own party at bay. Say what you will about his thoughts on social issues. I understand there's a lot of passion about guns and abortion and illegals and all that. I get you. But to me, part of the enjoyment in these past few years is watching Governor Lamont. This is just to me. This is how I think. You know how I do my show in the afternoon. Watching Governor Lamont drive the left side of his party absolutely nuts because he won't raise taxes. He gets it. Now, he's not perfect on taxes and fees. No governor is. But the point to which he the point to which he drives the left side of his party nuts, to me, is a point of comedic joy, shall we say. All right, a lot more coming up. Hey, what about those Epstein files? We'll talk about that and more straight ahead right here. Coming up, it's Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning, right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
And construction set up southbound Stratford 32 on the Connecticut Turnpike. A little slow in Stamford right now. Southbound on the Parkway, busy in New Canaan. And Washington Avenue into 95 merge on the 25A connector. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Chilly and bright through this afternoon under a sunny sky with a high in the upper 40s. Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The floats, the bands, and all those giant balloons. It's the return of the Stamford Downtown Parade Spectacular, Sunday, November 23rd. Join WICC hosts Melissa Sheketoff, Paul Pacelli, John Kamal, and Chris Williams along the parade route. The parade steps off at noon and travels through the streets of Stamford downtown. The holiday season officially begins with the annual tradition, the Stamford Downtown Parade Spectacular, Sunday, November 23rd. It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron Insana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron Insana. Well, the markets head into Friday's trading following Wall Street's worst day in about a month. That weakness reflecting some investor anxiety about whether economic data may be released following the end of the government shutdown. That's thanks to a statement from White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, who said earlier this week that the October jobs and consumer price inflation reports are likely never being released as a result of the government shutdown, which was the longest in American history. Well, Starbucks workers at over 60 unionized stores across the country went on strike yesterday. Workers say they're looking to advance some stalled contract negotiations and are also looking for better staffing levels and higher pay. Now, the union says that Starbucks hasn't engaged in negotiations on those things, and they're also saying that they have not looked into unresolved allegations of unfair labor practices. And Verizon is looking to make layoffs as early as next week. A Bloomberg report says that the telecom giant may lay off between 10,000 and 15,000 workers. This comes as Verizon has lost mobile subscribers for 3 straight quarters.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Okay, all signed up. Easy. Now let's run payroll. What the? Hey girl, I'm you with more gusto. Nice. Who's that? New social media manager, hired and onboarded with gusto. And spoiler, we're kind of famous now. Wait, we're famous? Oh, well, I'm famous. Payroll, benefits, and HR. Designed and built for small businesses. Choose a future with gusto.
The news you need all morning. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut. And Melissa in the Morning.
Hey there, good morning, good morning, good morning. Precisely 9:18. It's Paul Pacelli here from the afternoon show. Paul and for Melissa here. We've got open phones coming up later on to wrap up the hour. When we do that, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. All right, we are now segueing on the national scene and all our congressional members here in Connecticut from hearing them talk about the government shutdown, which is over, to now the Epstein files are slowly moving into the spotlight again. What did the president know? What did Mr. Trump know? When did he know it? You have coalitions now building with Republicans and Democrats. This story gets curiouser and curiouser. CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand, you hear her on the news all the time here, joining us right now from D.C.
Good morning.
Good morning, Natalie. All right, this thing seems to shift and change almost every day here, and you have these kind of odd coalitions here I see of people saying, release the stuff, don't release the stuff. What is the latest you're hearing on all of this?
Yeah, well, to start, CBS News spoke just yesterday to one of the survivors who said that she was abused by Epstein for years, Annie Farmer. Mm-hmm. And she said that the trickle of information is the difficult part, that survivors and victims who have been pushing for the release of the full files say they don't want to live kind of in this roller coaster where they don't know what's coming next. From one day to another. And so, there has been this group of survivors pushing for the release. And then, kind of some unusual alliances over on Capitol Hill where you have Democrats and then a handful of Republicans, including Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, who's been very outspoken on this topic, was one of the Republicans who signed this discharge petition, that finally got the final 218 signature this week to move it forward with the swearing in of the newest Democratic member. And what's another twist is House Speaker Mike Johnson says that he is going to kind of expedite the process and give that a floor vote next week. But what's unclear, Paul, is what happens in the Senate, whether they will take this up. Yeah, and finally, Natalie, I'm glad you brought that up because I think people don't realize that to release and hear all of this, this is a legislative process, and it'll have the usual slowdowns and speed bumps imagined here, correct? That's right. But happening at the very same time, and what's been the focus of a lot of reporting this week, is this trove, more than 20,000 documents released by members on the House Oversight Committee. It started with Democratic members on that committee releasing documents that they obtained from the Epstein estate, which Democrats argue, reveal President Trump perhaps knew more than he said publicly that he knew about, quote, the girls, according to one of these emails. Now, the president, for his part, has denied any wrongdoing, and the White House, has put out a number of statements saying that, victims have said the president was not involved in wrongdoing and that he kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, his Florida club, following this falling out. But, from the victims to even a bipartisan group of members, they say, the public needs answers on this. There are questions. They continue to be raised as more information and files are released. This could continue day by day. So we're really going to have to wait and see. This issue is just not going to go away in the public's view or on Capitol Hill.
Absolutely. Natalie Brand, CBS News. Natalie, thank you. Have a happy day and stay safe. We appreciate it. Thank you.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Brand, CBS News. There you hear it. Folks, if you listen to me in the afternoon, you know my thought on this whole Epstein file. Honestly, release it all. Look. And this is just me. It's a very sensitive topic. I understand there are victims here. I get it. And obviously, any victim in something like this that does not want her or his, you never know what went on, that does not want their name out there, they should have full anonymity. Okay? Having said that, you have to protect the victims, I get it, but for anybody else who may have participated in this, there's all this innuendo. We have really no idea what happened. You and I sitting here, we just don't. We can speculate and postulate on anything that may happen. That may have happened. We don't know. Now, having said that, I don't care. I couldn't care less if you paid me about who this might bring down. I don't care. I don't care. National leaders, people in the White House, former people in the White House, people in Congress, former people in Congress, captains of industry, entertainment moguls. I don't care. The problem you have with this is partial releases of names and documents and innuendo here may not inherently be fair. And here's my other theory on this. And you may have heard me say this in the afternoon. I think this bears true. When it comes to nuclear weapons, right? Ever since post-World War II world, over the years we have nukes, Russia has nukes, China has nukes. I believe Great Britain and France are nuclear powers, although they've never admitted it. Israel likely has nukes. Here's the bottom line. In nuclear weaponry, there is a theory called MAD, mutually assured destruction, meaning none of us want to go there. We have the weapons, but it's that old balancing act with Russia and the U.S. You attack us, we'll attack you. Millions of people are going to die, maybe a few more million here and there, and nobody wins in that situation. I think the Epstein files, look, there's somebody who knows everything in those files. There just has to be. If it's printed somewhere, somebody read it. Is Trump in there? Who knows? Bill Clinton? All right, maybe you don't know. Bill Gates, there's a Prince Andrew. We found out about that. Here's the bottom line. I think there is a gentleman's agreement. I could be 100% wrong on this. I think there's just an agreement between both sides that, hey, we don't want to go there. Now, they may be forced to go there. Maybe there is an uprising now. We finally find out what's in the Epstein files, and maybe, there isn't as much about, for an example, Bill Clinton or Donald Trump in there. Who knows? None of us know. But I just think I have a funny feeling that among the people who do know, there's kind of like, okay, like, no, neither, you know what I mean? Okay, handshake, fist bump, we're not going there. Just my thought. All right, traffic and weather together. A lot more coming up. Paul and for Melissa in the morning right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike heading in through Bridgeport, right near 26. Also in Stamford, too. Slow ride from 9 to exit 6. Parkway speed limit as we speak. And Shelton southbound Route 8, minor delays heading into the Commodore Hall Bridge work zone. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes. on WICC.
A sunny and cool day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the northwest. Clear and cold this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Forget the socks and sweaters, it's easy to gift better. Give the gift of scratch, so they can win some extra cash. Oh yeah, and this year there's a second chance.
Holiday scratch tickets from the Connecticut Lottery are here with second chance drawings. Gift better this holiday.
Odds vary by game. Second chance odds depend on entries received. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline. Call 888-789-7777. Lottery tickets are not suitable gifts for children.
It sounds like
It goes
it's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Motor Works. 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Motor Works. 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motor Works in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motor Works.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano. Heavy rains threaten flooding and mudslides in the Los Angeles area the next few days, as meteorologist Darren Peck tells us.
The terrain becomes a fact. That burn scar is going to get 4 inches put on it. It's a concern there. There's a flood watch there for all of Southern California.
The government shutdown's over, but correspondent Chris Van Cleve says air travel has a way to go before returning to normal.
For a third day, the FAA ordered airlines to cancel 6% of flights into 40 busy airports, about 1,000 flights again Thursday, as the agency closely monitors air traffic control staffing.
In Oakland, California, Laney College athletic director John Beam, famous for the Netflix show Last Chance U, is hospitalized after being shot at the Fieldhouse. Acting Oakland Police Chief James Beard.
Officers arrived on scene, located a victim suffering from a gunshot wound. He was immediately transported to a local hospital where he's currently being treated.
The shooter escaped. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The housing bill, HB 8002, has received approval from the state Senate and will move to the governor's desk for his signature. The vote passed 24-10 with no Republicans voting in favor. State Senator Tony Wong released a video voicing his disapproval of not only the content of the bill, but the manner in which it was introduced.
Ultimately, it is a bill that lacks transparency, lacks engagement. It was dropped in the middle of the night without public hearings, without engagement with dissenters and shareholders.
HB 8002 is heavily based on a previous housing bill that was vetoed by the governor this past spring and had even received no votes from multiple Democrats. Of the 4 senators who voted no on the previous bill, all 4 switched their vote to yay for the current one. Senate Majority Leader Bob Duff expressed his confidence that the new legislation will help Connecticut residents.
People need housing. End of sentence. We have to build more housing here in the state of Connecticut if we're going to grow our economy and if we're going to ensure that people have an affordable place to live. And it's a good bill. It's a strong bill. It's a bill that will help communities. It's a bill that will help people.
The Senate has also approved legislation that would create a safety net for federally funded programs in the state. Since the beginning of the government shutdown, multiple programs such as SNAP, WICC, and heating assistance have lost their funding and have heavily impacted the quality of life for those residents who receive those benefits.
And it is important for us to take charge and to make sure that we are taking care of our people, which is why we have the $500 million fund, not only for what we've seen with this shutdown, but in light of the fact of the reconciliation bill, the H.R. 1 bill that passed and was signed on July 4th.
Despite the shutdown now ending, there has been much concern from lawmakers about the future funding of programs like SNAP. Governor Ned Lamont is officially launching his campaign for a third term today. Lamont announced last week that he filed the necessary paperwork with the Secretary of the state's office to run again.
People want to be here. More young people are staying here. So we're building more housing in the state of Connecticut than we have in many, many years. We've come a long way, but the job's not done. Let's keep Connecticut moving forward together.
The governor will tour the state today, making stops in Bridgeport, New Haven, Groton, and Hartford. The day will be finished off with a formal campaign launch party set for tonight in Waterbury. Lamont was first elected in 2018 and is entering the final year of his second four-year term. The Schick Razor Factory in Milford will be closing down at the end of 2027. Parent company Edgewell Personal Care has informed the State Department of Labor of the closure plans, saying the first round of layoffs will begin in March. In total, nearly 300 people will lose their jobs once the factory is completely shut down. Shelton-based Edgewell says the company's corporate headquarters will remain in Connecticut, and the brand will continue to be a prominent Connecticut employer. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are, John, brought to you this time around this morning by the fine folks at Courtesy Carpet. Sponsored by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Hey, now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. You can save on top flooring brands. Do that at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Turnpike southbound, we're stop and go 26 right through 25, so not too bad. Busy in Stamford. Parkway speed limit, and we're getting better on the 25A connector, too. That traffic is easing pretty nicely. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Chilly and bright through this afternoon under a sunny sky with a high in the upper 40s. Clear and cold this evening and overnight near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
AB's Falafel and Trouble announces Lunch on Us. Now through the end of December, the first 3 people in line when the doors open at 11 a.m. get a famous AB's Falafel wrap free. You'll always have a great meal at family-owned AB's Falafel. Now be one of the first 3 in line and enjoy a falafel wrap for free. Known for its fresh and delicious shawarma, falafel, kebabs, hummus, AB's Falafel is consistently voted best Middle Eastern food in Connecticut. AB's Falafel, 10 Broadway Road, Trumbull. Good luck.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
Want the best deal on Bridgestone winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get Bridgestone tires at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, you get more free services than anywhere else. When you combine Town Fair's guaranteed lowest price with the most free services, you get the guaranteed best deals anywhere on your Bridgestone winter tires. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And you know we mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Get all your news for the day before the rest of the house wakes up. Melissa in the Morning, WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
You know, even at my ripe old age, and having been in the radio business here for 40 plus years now, occasionally when I pick up side stuff that I do, few bucks here, few bucks there, or, contract stuff that I do, I still get antsy in the interview process, right? And I've been asked every conceivable thing in an interview. And, God willing, thank God, most of the time it works out. Sometimes it doesn't, but nobody's perfect. And I still, at my age, like, oh, I've got to talk to this person. What do I say? If they ask me this, how much do I ask for? Whatever. So in the spirit of that, and having gone through that a few days ago, everything was fine. Don't worry. We bring on the show here, Paul and for Melissa in the morning. Laura Brown, she's co-author of the new book, Interview Speak, What Your Interviewer Really Wants to Know. Laura Brown, good morning. It's Paul here and for Melissa on WICC in Bridgeport. How are you?
I am great, Paul. I'm delighted to be here. Thanks so much.
Well, thanks. And by the way, the website is careercoffeebreak.com, careercoffeebreak.com. True story, Laura. The other day I was talking to somebody. I pick up, a lot of us in broadcasting do side stuff. So we had a great interview online. And then this person asked me, all right, how much do you want?
Yes.
And I went, oh, it's like, why didn't I think of this earlier? But I've only been through this 84 times in my career. But having said that, interviewing is not for the interviewer and the interviewee. No matter how well you can prepare, and I know you're saying you can, it's a delicate negotiation, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's incredibly stressful. Even after I've done, a ton of interviews on this side, and I've trained other managers. Let me go back to the salary question, though, because that's one of the scariest questions.
Yeah.
Okay. So and a lot of times they won't ask you, but if you get asked, I'm going to tell you the key thing to do.
Okay.
You turn it back on them, and you say, "Can you tell me what the range is for this job?" And say it in a very, curious way.
Sure.
And many times they'll actually tell you. Now, if they don't, part of preparation was you should have an idea. You should have gone to, a website and gotten a range and make sure that it's a nice wide range. Because the whole point is, no, you want to.
Yeah.
Because you want to make sure you match their range, because you don't negotiate until you get the offer. You don't have any leverage. All you're trying to do is get on to the next interview.
Yeah, and it turned out everything went okay because I kind of had a dollar figure and I kind of said, well, it's a first time opportunity, so whatever you think is fair. And I made an offer, and this person said, yeah, I think that's good, that's fair. So we left a little wiggle room, but there's always this when you're interviewing, and I tell young people getting into my business, I'm sure you've told a lot of people, like, it's never, or you tell me if I'm wrong, is it ever stress-free? Is the interviewing process, I mean, can we ever relax in doing that or not?
Well, it's funny because my first thought was, oh, no, it's never stress-free. But that's not true. I actually talked to somebody recently. He told me about some stress-free interviews because he didn't care if he got the job or not. Mm-hmm. So if you're just sort of, checking it out, which I think is a good idea, see what else is out there, even if you're happy with your job, there's no stress because it's like, I don't care. It's not a big deal. But for most of us, we want the job or we need a job. And so it's incredibly stressful. And that's why I focus on preparation, because preparation can help reduce that stress.
And again, once again, we're talking to career expert, job interview expert Laura Brown. Her website, careercoffeebreak.com. The new book is called Interview Speak, What Your Interviewer Really Wants to Know. The role of the interviewer, is that a honed process? Do these companies rely on interviewers, Laura, that are just gonna smack the crap out of people in an interview, or do they want the back?
Oh,
no, but I mean, do they want that? Do they want the back rub? Do they want something in the middle? Because I've always said there have been very few times where I've interviewed people, and I'm saying to myself, I don't know if I'd want to do that. I'd almost want to be the person interviewed rather than doing the interviewing.
Well, you bring up a really interesting point that most people don't think about, that interviewers and companies are really stressed and they're very fearful. And because they're afraid, gee, if I put this person forward, if I, send them to the manager, or even worse, if we hire them and they're not good and they quit, it looks bad on me. So they're incredibly stressed. We only think about our stress. And so it's really important that as an interviewee, you help the person by showing them not only can I do the job, but I want this job and I'm super excited and motivated. And if you hire me, I'm going to stay here and I'm going to do a great job. I'm going to make you look good. Because, again, the interviewer is scared that they're not going to look good.
Is it a good idea, Laura Brown, if you're being interviewed on Zoom or online, to not wear a shirt with obscenities on it? Is that would you recommend?
Well, Paul, thank you so much for an excellent suggestion, and I would agree with that. Okay, but I'm gonna go further.
Go ahead. Yeah.
That's the minimum. You should be dressed.
Yeah.
You should look reasonable. But you also need to look at what's around you.
That's right.
Because even if you think I can blur it, you never know if it's going to work that day or if you're on a different platform. And I have interviewed somebody who was sitting in front of an unmade bed. I kid you not. And it was so distracting.
Really?
And I just thought, really, did you not know this? So make sure. I mean, I get on Zoom before interviews.
Yeah.
I check to see what it looks like.
Yep.
I make sure there's no ceiling fan that's whirring above me. Yeah, so you have to be really, really aware of what's around you if you're on a Zoom interview.
And the quality of the video, modern day, doesn't have to look like a hostage video, right? I mean, it should. We had a nice, clear connection the other day, and it was just off my phone, and it was off of Google Chat, so that looked good. No, but you're right. I mean, I was told, treat it as if you're in the office, right?
Exactly. Yes, you should. And again, and also make sure you get there early. And I've just heard, obviously, plenty of horror stories about somebody that just, they got on 30 seconds before, it wasn't working, there was a problem. Just like you would in an in-person interview, get there early, check the tech beforehand, and make sure you are 100% ready.
And finally, I talk to a lot of people who hire in my business, and I've been around, some younger folks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear, Laura, is because everybody is so into their phones and they text, there is a dearth of young people who may be fabulously intelligent and may be great workers, but just maintaining eye contact and speaking in complete sentences and not using the word like every third word. Isn't that is it just me, or is that a problem?
No, that's definitely a problem. And that's why I tell people, don't just prepare. You need to practice.
Yes.
Practice and record yourself. And so look at it afterwards, or somebody else look at it. And you should be looking in the camera, looking towards the other person, and take a look at the length of your sentences, how you actually say it. I mean, be kind to yourself. But really, you want to prepare so you come across the best you can, because this is your one shot. And that's why I'm so passionate about this, because if you don't do a good job in the first interview, you're not getting the next interview. And it's tough to find a job right now.
Absolutely. All right, folks, you can learn more about Laura Brown and her new book, Interview Speak, at careercoffeebreak.com, careercoffeebreak.com. You can also get a 45% discount on the book. Also, Laura offers, get this, online courses on how to make more money at work. Who doesn't want that? From getting a higher starting salary to asking for a raise. Hey, Laura Brown, thank you. It's been fun. Appreciate it. Take care, and we'll chat down the road, I'm sure. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Paul. Have a great day.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Yeah. Please. Your video calls shouldn't look like hostage videos. I mean, come on. Please. And please, you youngins out there, you youngsters, you youngins, speak in complete sentences. Look people in the eye. Firm handshake. Complete sentences. And please, can we not hear not hear like every third word? Please, stop. English, please. Traffic and weather together. Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning right here. It is a Friday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Delays from Long Wharf into West Haven on the Turnpike. Also, as you head through Stratford around exit 32, 25A connector is construction right past Washington Avenue into the 95 merge. Slow going from Stratford to Trumbull on the Parkway. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
A sunny and cool day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the northwest. Clear and cold this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Join us for a musical experience like no other. Greater Bridgeport Symphony presents Horizons of Fire, featuring Maestro Eduardo Leandro, Saturday, November 15th at 7:30 p.m. at the Mertens Theater, University of Bridgeport. Immerse yourself in an intimate setting that brings you close to the fire of the performance. A select group of GBS musicians performing works by Bartok, Villalobos, and more. Tickets $18 to $72. Kids under 19 are free. Don't miss this bold new chapter for Greater Bridgeport Symphony. Get your tickets now at gbs.org.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everyone this morning at 9:50, almost 9:51, 9 before 9. So if you have, before 10, so we got to get there at 10. Hurry up! No, I'm kidding. Don't speed because, oh, by the way, I promised I would give you my my funniest getting pulled over story. Because we were talking earlier. We had our friend call in from Bridgeport saying, hey, he got, and this is in relation to the story in Danbury, how the new automated systems on these buses, I guess in Danbury, have automatically mailed 3,000 tickets for passing a stopped school bus. Now, our person that called earlier was able to get out of it, but be that as it may, we're seeing this now in Danbury. We saw it in Bridgeport last year, and a lot of these buses have light cameras and license plate scanners on them. So you can see them on the buses, too. They look like they're protruding out from the side of the bus where they are. Anyway, this had to be, wow, this is, in fact, I know exactly when it was, because those of us who've been in radio for 100 years, we remember, that happened when I was working at, this is back in 2007. And I was working an odd shift in this business. My shift basically was 2:30 to 10:30 in the morning. Yeah, in at 2:30. And that's not unheard of. A lot of the people you see on morning television, our friends at News 8, at Channel 3, and News 12, and Fox 61, and NBC 30, and all these those morning show people you see that are on, with their first news at 4 a.m. or 4:30, they're there at 2 or 2:30 in the morning. So that's a real odd shift because you're kind of starting in the middle of the night and ending in the middle of the morning. It's not like working a morning here in radio where we're in at, 4:30, 5 o'clock, whatever, or an overnight. Anyway, so I was working 2:30 to 10:30 in Norwalk. So I would leave my condo in Wallingford I would leave for, again, odd shift. Had fun, great place, but an odd shift. I would leave, I'd get up at 12:45 after having gone to bed at like 7. Very tough during the summer because of, the sunshine and everything. So I would get up at about 12:45, leave at 1:30. So I get on I-91 one morning, and it's a weird morning. It's one of those mornings where you get in your car and you say, wow, this is kind of like darker than it should be. And there's kind of this low level of clouds that's even obscuring the streetlights. So to make a long story short, I get on 91 and it's dark. And number one, the moon is obscured because it's dark. And number two, some of the street lights, some of the road lights were not working on I-91. So what do? I look around. There's nobody on the road. I mean, there's nobody. Because it's a weird time. It's 1:30 in the morning. Who the hell goes to work at 1:30 in the morning? I did. So I turned on my high beams. Because I literally was having trouble seeing. And my eyes were better back then. Again, this is, umpteen years ago. And all of a sudden, I'm staying in the right lane, and I'm not speeding. Doing like 65 or 67, I noticed there's a car closely approaching me in the right lane. I said, oh, come on. You have got to be, and on come the lights. And I looked down at the speedometer. I said, I'm getting pulled over for doing 68 miles an hour? I mean, come on. All right, it's above 65. Good morning, sir. How are you? State Trooper. Hey, Trooper, what's going on? And he says to me, and how often have we heard this growing up, right? Do we ever hear this growing up? It's illegal to drive with your high beams on unless you really need them. Now, there's nobody on the road. Maybe a truck went the opposite way. Sir, do you know why I stopped you? I said, gee, Trooper, I was only doing 67, 68, whatever. Was it that? He goes, no, you had your high beams on. I said, yeah, I did. And he says to me, well, did you know you were driving with your high beams? I said, yeah, I couldn't see, even with my glasses. He goes, well, the lights are on here. I said, yeah, but I said, I'll wait here on the side of the road. If you want to turn around over there and go look north. He goes, why would I want to do that? I said, because up where I got on the road on exit 14, he goes, yeah. I said, none of the lights are working there. I said, you probably should call in to DOT or something because it's pretty dark up there. And he goes, He goes, well, I can't do it. He goes, all right, hang on. So I gave him the license, the registration, whatever, the number of my parole officer, the whole thing. I'm kidding. And I've been discharged by that. No. And he comes back. He goes, all right, look, You weren't going crazy. I trust it was dark out there, right? And I'm saying to myself, yes. And he goes, but I can't give you a warning on this. I said, well, what do you mean? He goes, do me a favor. I'm writing you the ticket. I'm going to make a note in the report. Explain to the traffic court magistrate in Meriden. So I had to take a morning off from work and go to Meriden. Explain what happened. It'll be in the file. So, like 3 weeks later, or 2 weeks later, I got my date. Hey, and she calls my name, Paul Pacelli. Okay, I come up. She goes, all right, Mr. Pacelli, what's this? I said, I got on. The lights weren't working. I put on my high beams. It was illegal, but I couldn't see. Okay. And she looked at my file for about 6 seconds and goes, okay, thanks. See you later. So our friend that called in earlier who said he did get out of, it is possible to get out of if you are honestly caught in purgatory as it was, or as it were, or as it would be, in those school bus camera readers, you can. Now, it was somewhat entertaining. Because that was the only time I was ever in traffic court. This was funny. And the room was relatively small. There were like 4 traffic court judges and magistrates sitting up there, so you could hear what they were saying to other people. And this guy goes up there with a woman who was translating for him. He obviously couldn't speak English. And there's a translation going back and forth, and I'm saying, well, this looks a little interesting. And the magistrate turns to the woman, interpreting what its words, it's interpreting, saying, could you tell him, I see, that you need a license to drive a car in this country? And a bunch of us looked at each other, go, all right, I didn't crash the plane, didn't land the boat on the jetty here, so I guess I'm okay. Eric, the producer, thank you. Paul Pioric on weather. John Kamal on the news all morning. Norm on traffic. My name is Paul Pacelli. Thank you so much. And we'll all be back together and again on Monday. Be good. Have a great week.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin in Washington, where the Trump administration may be close to a decision on confronting Venezuela head on. Correspondent Charlie D'Agata has new details.
As F-35 stealth fighter jets fly missions from a reopened naval base in Puerto Rico and Marines practice beach landings, sources tell CBS News the Pentagon is preparing for military action in Venezuela. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane presented President Trump with options for the coming days, including strikes inside the country.
The president is calling the new release of Jeffrey Epstein emails a hoax pushed by Democrats to try to implicate him in the late sex offender's crimes. Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of only 4 Republicans who voted to release them, tells CBS Mornings.
It's a very interesting view into a world that most of us have never seen, kind of like a web of global affairs, business connections, very high and powerful people.
Rain is falling in Southern California, and it's expected to intensify in areas devastated by the Palisades and Eaton fires earlier this year. These men in Malibu learned some lessons.
So important to always be prepared and always just be ready,
because you never know what Mother Nature is going to throw at you.
Every few years, things happen. Like, I think I'm more prepared today than I ever have been.
CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano on the possibilities ahead.
Street flooding, mudslides, rising creeks and rivers from Santa Barbara to Los Angeles down into parts of Orange County. So we're concerned about that through tomorrow.
Russia staged a massive attack on Ukraine overnight that killed at least 6 people.
I'm Vicki Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. The biggest attacks on the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv, in nearly 3 weeks. More than 400 drones and 18 missiles slammed into houses, schools, apartment buildings, and medical facilities. Odessa and Kharkiv were hit too. President Zelensky says apartment buildings appeared to be the prime targets, something the Russians deny.
Researchers have confirmed the first death from a red meat allergy triggered by ticks.
The 47-year-old New Jersey man had suffered a severe reaction after eating beef last year. His cause of death had been a mystery until a special blood test showed he died from alpha-gal syndrome. He had been bitten by Lone Star ticks, whose saliva triggered a deadly allergic response to the alpha-gal sugar found in red meat. The CDC's Dr. Johanna Salzer.
This is not treatable with antibiotics. A lot of patients do have to live with and for the rest of their lives.
She says a lot of cases go undiagnosed because many doctors aren't even aware of alpha-gal. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The Dow is down 549 points. This is CBS News.
The annual Progressive Keys to Progress program provides vehicles to deserving veterans, helping our heroes drive their lives forward. Learn more at keystoprogress.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777 or biglou.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
This update is brought to you by Columbia Dental in Norwalk, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleaning, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. The Housing Bill, HB 8002, has received approval from the state Senate and will move to the governor's desk for his signature. The vote passed 24-10 with no Republicans voting in favor. 8002 is based heavily on a previous housing bill that was vetoed by the governor this past spring and had even received no votes from multiple Democrats. Of the 4 senators who voted no on the previous bill, all 4 switched their vote to yay for the current one. The Senate has also approved legislation that would create a safety net for federally funded programs in the state. Since the beginning of the government shutdown, multiple programs such as SNAP, WIC, and heating assistance have lost their funding and have heavily impacted the quality of life for those residents who receive benefits. Despite the shutdown now ending, there still has been much concern from lawmakers about the funding of programs like SNAP going forward. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny and cool day on the way with a high in the upper 40s and a breeze out of the northwest. Clear and cold this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Partly sunny Saturday with a high of 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
It's time for stimulating talk. Time for thought-provoking conversation. Time for the Lisa Wexler Show. Turn on your brain and get the real scoop on today's topics and events. Here is Lisa Wexler.
Hola, bola. Good morning, good morning. It's another beautiful day in paradise. Hello and welcome. You're listening to the Lisa Wexler Show, and for the next couple of hours, it's just us. We do the kindness of strangers at 11:30 on Fridays to tell stories to each other that make us feel good about the things that the quiet, unheralded acts of heroism that we do for and with each other every single day. At 10:30 this morning, Peter Propp is coming on to give us the latest on this. Is such an exciting thing. You want to be inspired, stick around, make sure you listen at 10:30, because this thing called Startup Westport, which was started by Peter and a bunch of other people, decided to do a competition like a Shark Tank. And on November 20th, they're bringing the finalists to this beautiful event where we're going to get a little bit of a preview of some of the exciting things that people are doing to start businesses that are all going to be intended to improve our lives, from more nutritious snacks, from mushrooms, to ways in which women can detect breast cancer at home, to all kinds of different ideas that people have thought, ooh, we need this. This is going to make the world a better place. I'm going to bring this to life. And I got to tell you, you're going to be inspired, very Shark Tanky, but right in our own home, right here in Connecticut, grassroots. The competition taking place in Westport for some venture capital funding. We'll hear more details about that at 10:30 from Peter Propp. In the big news in Connecticut, as expected, and along party lines, this mammoth housing bill, 8002, which had been debated publicly in a different iteration under 5002, was vetoed by Governor Lamont. And then over this summer, the various, I would say, interests that felt that they were, that the governor felt were important to trying to get to the bottom line, the reason why he vetoed it, like the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities and the Conference on Small Governments. Those organizations apparently did collaborate and did eventually give their seal of approval to this bill, but it was never publicly debated. It was not shown to prominent Democrats or any Republicans until pretty much it was shown to the legislature during the special session. I think it was shown a day or two before, 99 pages, 53 sections. Ryan Fazio, who is declared that he would like to unseat Governor Lamont, who also declared he's going for a third term, already issued a statement. This will clearly be a very big Republican talking point and issue for the gubernatorial campaign. In his statement, this is a written statement, this morning after 1 a.m., Senate Democrats and Governor Lamont, this is his words, jammed their historic infringement on local control of decision-making for towns and cities through the state legislature. The 53-section legislation, HB 8002, was released the morning it was brought to a vote in the state house. Received no public hearing, no public input, and no opportunity for negotiation with Republican legislators. And he goes on to say the public has a right to know, and major legal overhauls like this should never be passed in the dead of night. We can do better in Connecticut. And he believes in zoning and housing policies, the rights of local communities to make their own. So that is going to be a big Republican talking point over the next year for the election. I checked with Jonathan Steinberg, who represents Westport, who had been somebody who stood for local control during a lot of the late night debates on 5002, and is a coalition of, as part of the coalition of the centrist Democrats. And he wrote me yesterday that, yes, he voted yes on it. And I asked him to come on the show, which he's going to do next week, to explain why he voted yes on it. Governor Lamont was happy to sign it. And in doing so, then issued his first video of the new campaign, in which he is telling us exactly why he thinks he deserves a third term and why he's running and what he thinks the issues are that people care about. It's about a 1-minute video. We've got, Paul, we've got it queued up now, right? So you can hear, yes. So this is Governor Lamont making the argument.
I found a state that was in a world of hurt, lurching from deficit to deficit. We were shortchanging education. Our state employees hadn't gotten an increase. Cool kids moved to New York. GE moving to Boston. I said, we're turning around the moving vans. I want you to believe in the state of Connecticut again. We've invested in our kids. We've invested in our cities. We have more new jobs created than ever before, and we've cut taxes. I hear it from people all the time. There's still a lot more to do.
So many people will not be able to afford any health care.
I'm thinking about the Connecticut option. I'm going to put together a network of the very best hospitals that provide the very best value, high quality, low cost, and give you the incentives to go there that'll save you money, make sure your family is well taken care of.
The price of energy is something that we constantly have to think about, especially coming into the winter.
We need more generation, more sources of electricity. We're doing wind,
Paul,
we're doing solar.
I'm going to
we're
send you that
nuclear,
Fazio thing.
considering
See if there's
natural
audio
gas.
there.
Those are all ways that over time we can bring down the price of electricity.
We identified a great site. We needed some extra funds, and we got it. And then we were able to kick it off.
People want to be here. More young people are staying here. So we're building more housing in the state of Connecticut than we have in many, many years.
I'm a single mother, doing everything by myself. Childcare is very expensive.
We're going to have the biggest expansion of early childhood in the history of the state. That's from birth right through pre-K. I want pre-K available to every single kid in the state.
So now you're hearing.
Help many of us who are nervous about what President Trump is currently doing in Washington.
You can fade me down. So now you can hear, this is basically the re-election campaign for Governor Lamont. This is his video in which you hear the music in the background, but he basically is being interviewed or discussing various issues. And in bullet points, he tells you he's going to think about a Connecticut public option. I don't know what that looks like for health care. We'll see what that looks like. He talked about expanding preschool. It is true. In his last budget, he allocated $300 million and this morning announced 1,000 more preschool slots that are going to be available to Connecticut working families for childcare. And so he goes bullet by bullet over the things that he thinks he's hearing from people that they care about and what his solutions are. And so we've got a gubernatorial campaign. It'll last about a year, right? Almost a year exactly from now. We don't exactly know who Governor Lamont is going to be running against. Right now, Erin Stewart and Ryan Fazio are vying for the Republican nomination. They will duke it out in May, where each of them will try and get enough delegates to get the Republican nod, and then there'll be a decision to make. The loser will decide whether or not they want to bring it to the people in a primary in August to decide on the eventual Republican nominee, or they'll, coalesce all of the Republican support around the person that they choose in their convention in May. And so it's a whole year. And we will see. Each of them are strong candidates. Ryan Fazio has a lot of support from the state Senate, and he's in Greenwich, where he has won a bunch of elections, some by a very slim margin. He was expected to lose, but he won. But Erin Stewart is the person who was elected the youngest mayor of a big Connecticut city in history. She was a Republican in a vastly Democratic city, and was even congratulated on her way out for being a successful mayor of New Britain. She's a very personable, young, strong candidate as well. So there is life in the Republican Party in Connecticut, no question about it. But there isn't in the Republican Party, I'm talking about, of people nominated for governors. But in terms of registration, they are woefully behind. The Trump presidency has decimated the rank and file of Republican-affiliated voters in the state. It is vastly less now than it was 8, 10, 12 years ago. But many people who still lean Republican or would vote Republican left official affiliation with the Republican Party. Some of them became Democrats. Some of them became simply unaffiliates. And remember that the largest block of voters in Connecticut are the unaffiliate votes. But we have a gubernatorial campaign, and we'll be covering it closely here on WICC as Ned Lamont goes for a third term. 203-333-9422. We'll be right back with lots of news you may have missed from the week in your neighborhood. Stick around, 203-333-9422.
As the holiday season nears, families who are hungry and struggling need our help now more than ever. And that's why we're asking for your help to feed neighbors in need at the WICC Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive all day Thursday, November 20th. We're collecting non-perishable food items, canned goods, and cash at Palmer's Market in Darien. Every donation goes directly to Bridgeport Rescue Mission and the Food Bank of Lower Fairfield County. The WICC Smart MLS Great Fairfield County Food Drive, presented by East Haven and Ridgefield Building Supply and First County Bank.
Your business or service can reach thousands of listeners with The Lisa Wexler Show. Lisa's listeners are devoted and loyal. They should know how great your business is. Advertise on The Lisa Wexler Show. Lisa will work with you directly to craft a message that resonates with listeners, plus you'll get introduced to the members of The Lisa Wexler Show family. Advertise on The Lisa Wexler Show. Just email Lisa at voiceofct.com. That's Lisa at voiceofct.com.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
For the best FCAC high school football coverage, tune in to the Rudin Report's Sunday Morning Quarterback. 11 a.m. every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Sunday Morning Quarterback, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food, served fast.
Tune in to Melissa in the Morning Monday at 9:10 as we see what's new at SHU. Our next interview will be with Dr. Brent French, Associate Dean of the Welch College of Business and Technology at Sacred Heart University. Dr. French will discuss AI, how it is reshaping business, education, and will have practical advice for those looking to stay competitive as AI evolves. Sacred Heart University was just ranked top 10 in the nation for student support by the Princeton Review. Find out what that means for students and families. Go to sacredheart.edu to learn more.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Don't miss the Fairfield University School of Graduate Studies around the region every weekday with Melissa in the Morning. Melissa brings you the biggest news from Connecticut and around the region.
If it's on your mind, it's already on hers. The Lisa Wexler Show, WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
In fairness, since we cue a bit of the campaign message of Governor Lamont, I thought we should play you some of the campaign message of Ryan Fazio. We're also going to find Erin Stewart's, just so we're playing fair here. These are the three candidates for governor right now. So we've got a little bit of Ryan Fazio's. It's about a minute and a half clip, but we'll give it about 45 seconds. Here we go. This is Ryan Fazio making his case.
You shrink it.
Juvenile car thefts have spiked.
Anger and frustration growing over electric rates.
Connecticut was once an affordable place where families could build a future. But after years of failed leadership in Hartford, it's where dreams get buried under sky-high electric bills and taxes. Under Ned Lamont and his radical legislature, electric rates and taxes have soared to the third highest in the country. They've undermined law enforcement